Now we're going to mount an open mouth or howling coyote, or, well, pretty much a fox for that matter, because they mount the same way. Doing a quick walk around, he looks fairly good for what he is. Now we're going to build a base for a howling or open mouth coyote. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of pin him together. And what I'm going to do is get an accurate measurement of the length. And, later when I don't think all his feet are level. Well, I know they're not, which means I'm going to have to maybe add a piece of driftwood here and there. So I get the largest pins that I've got, which, T-pins, a lot of times I use T-pins, but in this case, I got something a little bit bigger than a T-pin. They're rounded on the ends. I don't know exactly what you call them, but got them in Walmart in the craft section. Just going to put enough pins to sturdy him up where he doesn't come apart on me when I'm trying to get things, sided in, I guess is a good word to use. Okay, that's going to hold for that. Just put enough to hold him together. We got the head here. Make sure that's lined up real good. Not that the head matters much really on as far as what I'm doing or anything, but all that good. I do a lot of sanding on this fellow. Probably make so many of these things that it's unbelievable, probably. Sure they got a warehouse full of it. Okay, we got our length, and we figured the tail is probably at least, I can't remember what the measurement is on that. That's a little bit low for the tail. I wish it was up about a half more inch. I may do that. I may just cut that off and reinstall a little bit higher. It's a little bit low for my liking. Well, as y'all can attest, I'm thinking the tail's almost an inch too low. It should be up about right here, kind of come off flush from the back a little bit, I think. I think that's a little bit low. And it's over to one side. Yeah, I'm going to go up at least, oh gosh, I'm going to go up to about right here with it. And yeah, just kind of like, like the tail's coming off the spinal cord a little bit. Even if it droops down like this, at least it's kind of like, the tail's kind of coming off the spinal cord. I'll go down maybe 3/8, no more than half an inch. And then I'm going to put my wire in. And I'm going to put it in pretty darn deep. And then I'm going to leave 13 3/4 inches, which is the length of the tail. Let's see. Probably don't even need to put glue, really, once you mount it or anything, but let's get a little bit of my Zappa Gap. stuff bonds well. This kind of stuff. Just find the hole and push it up in there. That's plenty good enough right there. Measure out from the tail here. Let's see. Make my mark. Okay, now what I do is kind of lift my Coyote up. I know he's standing probably pretty high. He's probably not even in the frame, but it's not a bad idea to include the tail in the length of the base. I think the rule of thumb is, although the base can get pretty big looking, I think the rule of the thumb is that you want the base to kind of keep people from bumping into the animal, you know, like running into his tail or whatever. So it's probably not a bad idea to, you know, maybe include the tail length. As far as the length, let's see. Okay, that's got the tail. Let's see, about, I can even go about right. I've got like 42 inches. So, yeah, it's going to be kind of a big base. Yeah, but I think it helps to make the base, you know, to kind of protect the animal a little bit, you know, as far as people bumping into it. I've got it where it's going to extend from the, you know, past the tail, maybe an inch or so, inch and a half. You know, you don't want it to look like crowded or anything. And then as far as the hound, it's going to be up about, looks like maybe even 42, 43 inches. Yeah, it's going to be pretty big. I think I'm going to be safe and go probably 42 inches. It's going to be 42-inch piece of plywood, and then let's see about the width. As clearing the animal, I may go like 42 by 13 or something like that. I hadn't decided yet. But that's how you kind of come up with your base, and then you want it to be able to fit on there. I've got 1 foot that's a little bit off the ground, maybe 2, but I've got some cheap pieces of wood that I'll attach to the base because it's a lot cheaper than, you know, like trying to buy something. Although it would be great and quick, you know, just to buy something. A lot of times I'll save these and take these off the ends and then, you know, when I screw them on, you know, I may not cut them off flush or something. Well, you can put these on. You can even glue them on the end. You can cut them and trim them to fit, you know, depending on how much length you leave. And you can throw some glue in there and pop them on and kind of protect people in case they reach under there or something. So I'll save these. And I can opt to use them, and that way you don't have to worry about filing down the ends or anything per se really that much. I mean, you can just throw some glue in there and pop these back on, you know, cut them to fit, you know, depending on how much length you left. But it looks neat, and I'll use them sometimes. Yeah, as far as making bases, I've got one way that I kind of make them, and it's a cheap, affordable way, and feel free to check it out. I've got it here on my channel. I'm just looking at the angle of the wires. It's possible that he's supposed to be up like this, and then they've got a base that you can buy from the taxidermy supply shop, and probably don't have to tell you which one that is. But here the metal rods are level, so it's probably meant to be something like this. But I'm going to get away the cheapest way possible. because I don't have a lot in it, and he doesn't, he's not paying a whole lot for it. But he's only going to have 1 foot off the ground a little bit. Now let's put a little piece of driftwood or something out of there. But he's still going to be howling, he's still going to look nice. He's just not going to be elevated like this. Yeah, I just got me my base for my Coyote. I used the plywood. I cut the width and the length. It's going to be a long, thin one. I've already got my 2 longest pieces on my border, and you know, I cut the angles and use my miter saw. I want to make sure the inside angle is flush with the very outside, so it, you know, it meets up real good. And so I've done both sides that way, and it looks pretty darn good. The 1x1s underneath, I used a straight edge up against them, you know, to make sure they're good and even. That way, when my border lays up against it, it's not going to be crooked, and my 45-degree angle corners should meet up nicely. And yeah, if you got any old cheap old screws you want to use up, right now is the time to do it. So I used them, and just shot down through the top, shot a few up underneath, and it's going to look good. Basically, my 1x1s, screws going down through the top. Even a few times they come up, and then use some long screws to connect them, and then just, well, that's a nail actually. So yeah, I used a little bit of everything. Some flathead screws that I had that I wasn't ever going to use on anything. Well, I found a way to use them. But mainly, I want my nice borders to meet up. And what we're going to do is we're going to hammer these heads in. I've got a, well, it's a punch. I've got a punch right here. So I just get down there and kind of hold all my fingers on it and give it a good tap or two. And then once it goes past the piece of wood, then I get a little wood putty and fill the hole up. And I do that all the way around on every nail hole. I give it a good stain, and then I use gloss over it. Now they got stuff like gloss and stain that's mixed together. That's like a 1-coat application. They even got stuff you spray on. So it's whatever you got on hand, whatever you want to use. I tend to do it, I guess, old style. I'll stain it first, let it dry, then I'll put a good coat of gloss on it. And it just comes out looking really good. But that's what I've got going on so far. Oh yeah, I don't know if it matters or not, but this is the first time I ever tried it, but I used a small Dremel tool to Dremel my holes through my panel. So my paneling nails, it just seems like they'll go through a lot easier. Don't have to worry about them, you know, bending and going crooked on me as bad. And it seems like it helps a little bit. Yeah, I'll give you a little bit of a bird's eye view. So I just get my paneling nail, go right there, go into my little pilot hole that I made with my Dremel tool, and then that's pretty good. And of course I use my punch to get them the rest of the way. I don't want to destroy anything down through there. But that's what I'm doing, going all the way through and making sure the corners meet up flush, and then I will have done what I set out to do. Well, here's what I got. They're not perfect. I may use a little bit of wood putty in there to get it, but it looks fairly okay. Let's see what we got over here. Yeah, a little bit off towards the bottom, but it'll work. And now we just punch in those nail holes and cover them with wood putty, maybe fill in those gaps. They got tools, I think, that'll flush these corners up even. So, yeah, just take as much time as you want on it, and then I'll stain it and gloss it and have it ready for my animal to mount on it. Okay, now I got my punch. What we do, we like to get a finger right down on the end and Get right on the end of it. And a couple of knocks, pretty good. I try to work on, it coming back down and hitting the wood, but sometimes I fall short, but okay, that's about good enough. Okay, got a little wood filler. This color is like a natural pine. And I guess I figured with it being pine, it'd be pretty close. And then you get a little daub on your finger. Yeah, see, that didn't work. Let's see. There you go. And just there you go. Try to make it look like just like maybe a blemish or a knot in the wood. And do the best you can. And then you end up doing them all that way. And well, that's pretty much the name of the game. I guess a recap. Went one by ones all the way around. Used a straight edge to make sure it wasn't extending past this. Then I put my paneling on, and then I cut my angles at 45 degrees. And then I hammer them in with paneling nails, and then you push the head down with a punch, then you fill it over with wood filler, and then you stain it and gloss it. Yeah, what I'm going to do is I want to see how flat he rides. I may elevate the front a little bit anyway, just for a better illusion. But I'm going to have to cut the wires anyway. So what I'm going to do is run these nuts down past where I know I'm going to cut. That way the nuts will already be under there on the rod, and I don't have to worry. Well, a lot of times when you cut the rod, you'll booger the ends where you can't put a nut on it. So in order to bypass that, I'll already have my nuts on there. And that way I don't have to worry. I mean, the bottom one I may have to put back on, but at least when I'm taking the nut off, it'll kind of re-thread it a little bit. And I'm careful when I cut. Try not to booger the threads too much when I cut. I know it's hard, but it's worked for me so far to go ahead and have the nuts on there. It kind of helps to re-thread the thread if it is boogered up a little bit. And I think this is like a 7/16 nut. It just so happens I got a wrench and a word to get the job done. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and run these nuts all the way down, and I'll probably go ahead and cut a little bit just to see, or I may elevate the base and see how he sits. I've got some blocks. I may elevate the base and see how the rods go down and all that stuff. I may do that. Just drilling a hole through for my threaded rods to go through. And I've already marked them. Well, this is pretty much what I got. Looks like to look better, I'm going to have to elevate the front. So I'm just going to have to cut some driftwood to size. Use my measuring tape to see how high the driftwood needs to be. And just find a good old piece or maybe a couple of pieces. And I'm just going to have to mount it that way. But it'll look good. He's nice and even, not lopsided over to one side. He's pretty darn close as far as being even. Well, in order for this to fit the way I want it, I have to go a little bit sideways. It's a little bit hollow in there. But this will work. It'll be fine. Doesn't have to be super strong anyway. Let's see what it looks like. Oh yeah, that's gonna be good. Gonna be perfect. Cut the excess that's up here that's hanging down real low. Preferably with a hacksaw. Seems like a bolt cutter boogers the threads a little bit worse. So I like the idea of using a hacksaw if I need to. So I'm going to mark them with a marker, take the form off, cut them, then drill my holes. I may even go this way with it. And then secure this to the form, and we'll be in business. Once this is secured to the form, I may not even really have to bolt these down. I can just drill some holes, let the rod sit in there with some glue or something, and it's not going to move. That's going to be after he's mounted, of course. So that's kind of what we got going on. Yeah, I'm just going to mark them so I don't know how far to go down with my rods. I'm going to do all of them that way. And then of course, you know, when I back out, you know, I'm not going over the threads, you know, up this way. I'm going down that way. See, I've got some nuts up here. When I back the nuts out, it seems like it unboogers the threads a little bit, kind of rethreads them a little bit. And well, that's at least the case I had. So I know I'm probably a little bit less than an inch from below this nut right here. It should be enough that it's not going to stick out from the bottom. And so I'd rather do this than use bolt cutters, because bolt cutters, they'll bend and just really flatten the ends out and do all kinds of weird stuff. So I've got like a metal grade hacksaw. Back out with this nut right here. And if there is a little bit of a bad thread pitch or something, it'll kind of fix it a little bit. Yeah, hacksaw's a lot better. Well, heck, it works anyway. See? And might leave one nut and one washer. Check it out. No harm done. And that's why I use a hacksaw instead of bolt cutters. Doesn't look too bad. Let's see. Yeah, if I can do it without having to use a wrench or something, that's really, really good. What do you know? Okay, it works. 3/4 of an inch, or like maybe an inch or something, no more than an inch below this marks we made. Because you got to remember there's a washer on there too. That washer, maybe 1/4 of an inch thick max. So you figure the washer is about this thick. So without that washer, it's going to sink down an extra 1/4 of an inch. So yeah, no more than an inch, maybe 3/4 of an inch below that mark. Or if I'm just going to drill some holes and glue the front legs in, which I might do that, it's a lot less hassle. Don't even have to go all the way through the bottom. That's even better. That's what I'll do. So I'm just going to cut right here at the mark, or even a little bit less. All you need is enough to go into the driftwood a little bit. Yeah, about I'll secure it real good about right here. Yeah. Yeah, probably about right. Yeah, right there. You want it deep enough it's gonna, it's gonna hold good. Like the back legs are gonna be bolted. They're gonna go through the base and be bolted. But since I'm not gonna run screws through here, this is just gonna glue into the piece of driftwood that I'm gonna have bolted to the base. Then I'm not gonna worry about going all the way to the bottom. I won't do it unless I have to. Got a washer with a screw on it, or just a screw, whatever. There. Okay. It's gonna look pretty good. Let's give it a little. Let's see. That's pretty good. Then you just do it again with another screw. Yeah, kind of mark where that's even right there. Kind of marked right there. That ought to be good right there. And of course right there. Okay. Well, I'm just going to go straight down with it. I oversized it a little bit on purpose. Allow for a little bit of wiggle room. I mean, the big old feet's going to be covered in anyway. I think that's plenty deep enough. Let's see the other ones right here. A little bit off center, but they look good. So now let's give it a trial fit. The back legs are going there. Well, here's what we got. I drilled holes for the front ones, and I'm just going to glue those in where they're not going to go anywhere. He's perfectly even, so he's not leaning to one side. I could go ahead and stain and gloss the base. Got some Minwix gloss here, and put my brush down in there. And just put a good shiny coat on there. Make sure your stain is good and dry before you do this. Yeah, what I got here is, well, I got it out of one of the taxidermy catalogs. And it just shows you how to install artificial jaw sets. I've actually used this to install my artificial jaw sets for like foxes and stuff. You can see in the picture down here, the front teeth show a little bit. And I'll actually, I've used this as a reference, actually even showing how much the gum line shows. I've used it as a reference. And I've been lucky enough so far just to be able to Dremel into the foam without having to trim down the gum line on the artificial jaw set. So yeah, I've been able to just use this. If you want to use it, you can like do a snapshot of it and put it on pause and look it over real good. I should be able to have all the words in there. Yeah, that's all the words right there. And I use it. I've came out with excellent results doing foxes and coyotes both. But in this case, I'm doing howling. And with the howling pose, I've got live reference. And those upper teeth aren't going to show at all. Because when they're howling, all you see is the bottom teeth. So keep that in mind. I can use that for the lower jaw, and then the upper jaw, I may have to just, just have those front teeth, just barely have them below the lip line, and that's good enough. Because, when they're howling, it doesn't show. Okay, the first thing it says here is find the pivot point and to look at reference pictures or whatever. Make sure I go back as far as, at least far enough where I don't have to, do any cutting on the jaw set per se. And so I kind of let that kind of determine as far as, you know, where I make my cut. And you can see there's like the pivot point where the lower jaw, I guess, meets with the, see, the lower jaw actually has a place that kind of, where the lower jaw and the upper jaw, where they meet, that's pretty much it. And it's behind the eye a little bit. So make sure you're in that area. And what I got here is the artificial jaw set. And it's actually connected here. A lot of times I don't even connect them. It's just whatever works out best for you as far as setting the jaws. And so I know I'm going to be at about, probably at about this angle. Yeah, about like that. He's howling, so the lower jaw set's not going to show. And so I made a mark back there. That's about where my pivot point is. Like about right here. And I just go in from there. This is going to be my hacksaw cut. This is just like in the picture. This is where the hacksaw is. And run my hacksaw through there. And then, of course, I'm going to go down and make a cut. Down there. So that's where the cut's going to be. Well, let me make it a little better. I'm just going to go down right there like that. The same thing to the other side. Okay, I'm going to do this so you can see it real good. But yeah, you got one cut you got to make right here. Try that. Well, let's see. Try to do it as even as possible. Yeah, right there. There we go. Now we can just Dremel all this stuff out and Dremel all this down here. And I'll show you how to do that next. Okay, next thing we're going to do, we're going to Dremel out all this stuff. And I'm going to use my Dremel tool with a sanding bit to take some of the foam off. A lot of times I don't even have to worry about messing with the plastic, you know, gum and teeth insert. Sometimes I can just cut enough foam. Although I have gotten pretty close to the outer extremity. I have got close to, like, you know, like hollowed out a whole lot to get it to fit. I have run into that. And times like that, it might be better to cut a little bit off the bottom, or, you know, Dremel a little bit off the bottom of the gum line. My goal is not to cut the integrity, you know, mess with the integrity of the form where the mouth is open. I'm just cutting off the excess that's going to come off. Basically, I'm saving me a little bit of time with the Dremel tool, trying to, you know, mess with all that junk. I can just, you can use a knife or anything, just make my life a little bit easier. I just want to add, you'd want to go, it's probably better to not go far enough than to go too far. But if you did go too far and like your gums are down too deep or something, you feel, you can always build it up with epoxy sculpt. I mean, you got ways out of it, but if you can eliminate how deep you go by just periodically checking every now and then, you know, just checking how it fits, you'd probably be better off in the long run. You want room to tuck the skin, so I'm going to have to widen it a little bit, I know. But basically want to get the, once I get the gum in place, then I may go ahead and Dremel a little extra out for tucking reasons. You know. Two-part epoxy, in this case epoxy sculpt. They've got Sculptol and maybe something else out there. But I just mix these two together with lacquer thinner and gloves and just make it where it's real soft and pliable. And then I put it up underneath the jaw. It'll elevate it a little bit and I can kind of push it into where I think it needs to be. use lacquer thinner, maybe Q-tip or something, or my finger if possible, and then kind of blend it into the form itself. Got 2 equal parts of both parts of that 2-part epoxy. It comes in 2 colors, your darker gray and then your lighter gray. Then I get my lacquer thinner and don't take much. I start working it together like this, and you start working it, and the lacquer thinner softens it up real good. Like by tomorrow it'll be super hard, but it gives you plenty of ample working time to get your jaw set the way you want it. But I want it to go on the bottom of this. Put a bead up under there. Make sure it's long enough. Almost. I definitely want to pay attention to the front part, because the front part is definitely down a little bit lower than I intended. That's no biggie. Just put it right there on that end where it'll push down into it. And it's easier to work with than super glue. According to these directions, you can use super glue, which I usually, not super glue, just hot glue. Which I usually just use hot glue. But there again, it's not a super necessity, I guess is the right word. Heck, it might be easier to put it on the jaw, the foam jaw, because you'll be able to get it in there real easy like. Leave a little room for tucking in the front. There's what you got. I'm going to end up dremeling a little bit more in the front so the teeth can move forwards a little bit. They need to come forwards a little bit. So just going to take that off, drill a little bit more in the front. And a lot of it's the differences in the form. You know, the sculptor has a lot to do with it. Determines how much is going to show. So keep that in mind. But that's what I've got from a side view. That's what you can see. I'm going to clean that epoxy sculpt up. You want just a little bit of the gum line to show. Plus you've got skin going over that. So the skin is going to take up, you know, a lot of what you see right now. But I'm happy with that right there. Okay, this is about what I got. About as good as I can get. I dremeled out as much as I could in the front, which I do run in that quite a bit, but I got just enough room to tuck, and that's all I need. And then I epoxied the rest. Hot glue, maybe you might want to use hot. Yeah, I usually use hot glue. It's a lot less hassle. You know, it's good and even on both sides. Pretty darn good and even. And then you've got a little bit of gum showing, which is about right. Right in here, you can see a little gum right there behind the canines, and then it sort of dissipates a little. That's kind of what I got. So I think I'm pretty darn close. So that's what I'm going to stick with. And of course, you got your fake tongue that goes along with the artificial jaw set. But that's what I've got. You know, the same thing with the upper jaw. I'm going to go ahead and cut off all this excess that I know I'm not going to need. Save myself a little headache. go ahead and cut off what I can with a hacksaw. Plenty good enough. See the top one. None of these are going to show anyway because he's howling. If he had like a regular open mouth, you'd probably see a little bit of the top. But, you know, still for people going to look up in there, you want to make sure you've got it done right, of course. So that's something to keep in mind. I'm just kind of using this as a template. Okay, I got me a little template and start dremeling that and dremeling that. See what it fits like. Definitely got to go a lot higher. Let's see how it matches up with the other jaw part. Just curious. We've got, yeah, it's got to go way forwards. This jaw's got to go up about right in here. Pretty sure, yeah. I may drum a little bit more to figure out what's going on. Okay, I decided just to leave the jaws. They got like a little connection piece. And I like the way the teeth line up and everything. And it looks almost like a perfect fit like that. So I'm just going to leave the jaws together and then determine my dremeling from that. And I scooted the gum line back a little bit because in my live reference pictures, there is a gap there. I'll show you what I mean. The picture there doesn't really have the gap. The one, this reference picture that I've used a lot, it doesn't have that much of a gap in front. So technically, there is supposed to be a gap in front. And, well, all you got to do is go right here to this howling picture. You don't see none of the front teeth. Let me get closer. Look on this, you don't see any of the front top teeth. See the bottom teeth? Look how much of a gap between the front teeth. It's quite a bit. And it's almost flat going down through there. So I can replicate, you know, I can take a little bit of the form has a little bit of a bump there, a little bit more than what I like. So I may Dremel it down a little bit. And I may end up having to show the top teeth a little bit. But when I bondle my ears, I'm also going to bondle them in that shape. So it'll help me as far as anatomy, you know, but that's going to come later. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep it connected. I haven't always done this, I ain't going to lie to you, but I'm going to do it this time because it's just what's working. But I'm going to go in. It's a tight fit back in here. So all this back here is going to be Dremeled out. And I'm just going to take it from there and keep fitting it together and Dremel out what needs to be Dremeled out. And I'll take it from there. Like the corners are tight right here. So I can mark it a little bit. Get my pencil. Plus I need tucking room. So I'm going to probably like that. Maybe a little bit like that. I'll take that off. And then I'm going to go a little bit deeper. I'm still not deep enough. And see what we got. You probably don't have to worry so much about the middle because it's a little bit deep anyway, the jaw is. You know, it's got like a little bit of a hollow area, so it may not be super important, but now I'm going to do another test fit. I like the idea of leaving them together. I may have to take them apart, but so far this is what I got. So it looks like I got a Dremel. Definitely more out on this side, and just a little bit more on the other side. That's in there. I could actually separate the jaws and Dremel a little bit deeper and show a lot less teeth on the top one. So I may go that route. I'm going to end up separating the jaws a little bit just to get it to look right. I think I may even cut this off in the back right here. Just a little bit. It's not going to be noticeable anyway. Let's see what it looks like now. right here you can see a little bit of outline of where I got my pencil. And I just traced my jaw. So I'm gonna glue this. I'm gonna try to. And basically I'm gonna use that as an outline, the pencil lead that I put in there. But I want to leave enough room for tucking. So that's about what I've got right there. That's perfect. And I'm gonna glue it in, and it'll match perfect with the bottom jaw, and all will be good in the universe. We go in there, we match it up real good, allow room for tuck in, that's about it. Get rid of these little, they call them spider webs, just from the glue gun. And he's doing the howling. Looks pretty good and lined up from the front. And so I'll just glue that right here in the corners. But I marked it with my pencil lead, so I'll Dremel all that out just right here where it connects. And it'll be, the top will be the same as the bottom. This is what we got. It's gonna look pretty good. Here's what it is from the front. Now I'm gonna cut a little bit on the inside right there to line these up with the upper mouth. I guess I just Dremel a little bit more. And so I got these marked right here, and I'll just Dremel those out real quick. I just want to get it flush right here, where it's not so noticeable, which it won't be. It won't be that noticeable anyway. Just want to get some of this where it's showing a little bit, get it done. That's even better, actually. I guess what I'm getting at is, see, now it's more flush on the inside. That's my goal. I'm going to get a little bit of this out and we'll be ready to go. So what I got here is a little bit of hot glue. In my reference pictures that I'm using, it's not so pronounced, this little ridge area here. I'm not going to eliminate it, but I'm just going to Dremel it down just a little, make it where it's not so pronounced. And it probably wouldn't hurt either way, but it's just, according to my reference picture, that's what I see. So just make note of that. And you probably don't have to do it, but I'm going to do it. I'm not going to eliminate it, but I'm going to downsize that little hump area right there. There we are. I still may Dremel this down just a little bit on both sides. A good match. Looks pretty good. I think the pupils are probably supposed to be centered, but a lot of times they're off center. And sometimes I'll make sure that I don't run into a cross-eyed coyote, which is sometimes not hard to do. So I want I guess if they're not perfectly centered, a lot of times the side that's got more space, I'll tend to put it on the inside, so I don't have to worry as bad about having a cross-eyed coyote. Now, it's possible it's that way on purpose, like maybe the side that gets the eyelids is the side that maybe where the pupil's down a little bit, you know, off-center. But to me, I think I'm going to leave it just like that and super glue it in and proceed to do my eyelids. Okay, I just take the eye out. I like to use super glue, get a little bit. seems to match things up pretty good. There we are. That ain't coming out. I forgot to Dremel down these corners a little bit that I marked with my lead, you know, right in here. Well, I'll go ahead and do it now. I gotta do the nostril holes. Basically what I do there is now what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut as close as I can with the cartilage to the end of the nostril when I'm fleshing him out and everything, and I'm going to cut as much cartilage as I can without destroying the integrity of the nostril area, like right in here. So all this is going to be kind of overlapping this. And I guess if you wanted, you could get a little knife and carve out a little bit right here. Well, as you can see, this book has plenty of good reference pictures. You can get it from the taxidermy supply companies to track of the coyote. And you got good reference pictures. You got side views, which come in handy, you know, for the ears, the mouth, the nose, the eyes even. And front views, you know, for eyes from the front. I think that might be the one I use right there. That's a pretty good set of eyes. Yeah, my goal is to mimic that as much as possible using clay. Basically, just going to kind of like making an eyelid and then the bottom part of the eye. Basically, just going to make an eyelid and fill in enough clay to where it looks a little bit like the eye shape. And that's how I do all my animals, and they look really good. I've got some, you know, I guess modeling tools for clay, a few sizes, but I had better luck with just like a little screwdriver, I guess, because it's got a flat end and a pointy edge, and I've learned to utilize those where I've used a screwdriver so much. It's kind of hard for me to change. You know, I'll take any gaps that I have, like around the eyes. Let's see. And I know it's not going to interfere with what I'm doing, and I go ahead and fill those in. Look like a piece of the form actually come off on this one, but yeah. And even the inside corner, all that, you know, if you put too much, you can always scrape it back off. You know, you'd rather have too much so you can sculpt it down than to have not enough. So just put you more than enough on there, and that way you can take it back off when you get to the kind of like the sculpting process, I guess you could say. And yeah, the first thing I'll do is go ahead and get rid of your gaps, like where the eyes connecting to the form, and then you can do all your sculpting or whatever you got to do and make it look like $1,000,000. I notice in the picture, like the tip of the eye, the eyeball has actually got clay coming off of it, so I can make sure I have enough clay, and then I can worry about anatomy a little bit later. I'm just worried more about getting enough clay in the right areas. It kind of comes off the part of the snout there. You got a little bit of an eyelid, you can crease it in there if you want to. Then it goes around, and then I don't know if you notice it, but the eyelids are actually, they're level. So you've got a lot of things to think about. You can eyeball it and pretty much get it right on just by eyeballing it. The eyelids, I want them level. And even the bottom, the way they come out, they're not quite level. They come out and then they kind of abruptly, you know, the lower eyelid, it comes out and then abruptly comes up. You know, the shape of your eye on the bottom. So you can kind of work your shape of your eye, kind of like, you know, with your modeling tool and all that, and add more and take away until you get it right, however long it takes. It might take you a couple hours even. But you just keep working until you get the eyelids to where you think they're good enough, and then let it ride. And then that way you replicate it again. When you put your skin on, you just pretty much go over everything that you got that's clay, and you'll have that exact looking eye, or pretty darn close. So even right down here, the way the tear duct, it seems like it goes down and even comes out a little bit on both sides. That's all replicated. The snout, the coloration, you'll have a main part that goes, you know, the way the hair goes right down the middle. Got you some eyebrows right up in here. You want the shape, see the dark, there's some dark shadiness around. You know, just slowly while you're working, you just do that stuff as you go. Maybe a little bit more clay. Now remember, you can put too much and it's easy just to get it right back off. It's no harm done, in other words. Okay, we got that. We got same thing on this side. You know, you can maybe start roughly getting some kind of general shape. You know, save you on a little bit of sculpting time, I guess, maybe a little bit. But you get the idea. And so I kind of go periodically between using my sculpting tool and a brush with water, and between the two I eventually get what I'm looking for. And so that's pretty much what I've got going on. Now we can start using like a modeling tool. Sometimes I've even used an X-Acto knife, and I just replicate as close as I can that picture. Okay, the first thing I notice is the upper lid is down on the very tip top part of the pupil, just catching the corner of it. So I'll go ahead and replicate that in first off, and I'll catch a corner of it. There we are. Here we are. Let's see what we got here. You can wet it down and keep going over and over. You know, let's see, it goes. Okay, we got a little bit of a, apparently we want the people to show right through there, right through here, and let's see, it goes pretty good and round all the way through here. Looks like the bottom shows a lot more than the top will. Okay. And I'm going to spray it down with water so it's a little bit, you know, it doesn't try to peel off or anything. The reason I'm doing it this way is so you can see it a little bit better. You know, I could take the head off, but you wouldn't be getting a full picture of what's going on. So this might help a little bit. And you just periodically keep doing this, and then use your brush. Even eventually I'll use that. So I'm working on the right eye first. And so I know you got your snout right here. So this is where it starts, right there. Somewhere right in there, yeah. And so you go. Yeah, and most of it is the lower eyelid. Slow process, but it looks better. It shows you care. I can also kind of feel on the form, kind of like where the tear duct starts, kind of like right in here. I can feel the top of the, I guess where the top of the snout is. It goes something like, I can feel it in the form. And so I go ahead and put my mark there, and it kind of gives me an idea like where to, yeah, right there. Kind of gives me an idea. And you can see it. You can see it right there. You can see how the top of the snout goes like through here. Then it turns into the upper eyelid. And so I tried to mimic the pitch and everything of it. And that's kind of what I've got so far. But I'm going to keep working at it. I'm going to do the other eye and then continue doing the best I can and see what I can come up with. But I just figured I'd throw that at you. You can actually feel sort of like where the top of the snout transforms into the top of the eyelid and goes around. And then the bottom of the tear duct, you can even feel it a little bit on a lot of your forms. And then you go around like that. And so just do the best you can. Well, here's what I kind of got. It's pretty close. And of course, when the skin's on there, I can do a little bit of adjustment with the pure skin. So, well, this is what I got. Oh yeah, something else I forgot to mention. A lot of times when the clay, after it dries, and especially the other kind of clay that's cheaper and stuff, a lot of times when it dries, it cracks and actually falls off. I know this is that good stuff, critter clay, but it even cracks a little bit, so I just want to be safe. So I like get it kind of real good and dry as I can, relatively good and dry, and then I'll put something over it, like something that'll dry and harden and kind of encase it and keep it from dropping off. I've used stuff like Mod Podge, contact cement, just anything that's kind of like adhesive that'll kind of keep it from dropping off. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm just going to get a blow dryer, or you can let it air dry. And a lot of times when it air dries, depending on how long you got to wait, it'll. Yeah, I'll get a little Mod Podge or something, just put it over the clay and kind of keeps everything from falling or cracking and coming off. And it works good for me anyway. I just go around. I do the other side the same way. It'll stay on there. Okay, I think I had a little bit of a mishap, kind of. I've got a howling. Notice the howling, the lower teeth don't show much either. The lower teeth and the upper teeth. Pretty much all you see is just those lower canines on a howling. And this is definitely going to be a howling. So, but if it was an open mouth, it would be correct the way I done. Which I've done that a lot, you know, with an open mouth coyote. I've done it where the lower jaw, where the gum line shows a little bit and the teeth show. And even on this one, it doesn't show much. But what I'm getting at is I'm going to go below this lip line. I'm going to dremel down as far as I can, and I may possibly have to take some off the bottom of the gum. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to get it right where I got to cut the lower jaw back off and drop the teeth down where they're not showing so much, because I want it to look like this guy. And you know, that's the howling, and you don't see much teeth at all, just a hair bit of teeth. I'm just going to take a little bit more out. Not going to be much. Let's see what we got. Oh, about 1/4 of an inch. That is about good enough. You figure the skin on it. I'm going to go down just a hair bit more. I actually want the teeth to show, so I'm going to come down more in the back. We just keep test fitting. That's what we got. By the time you get the skin on there, let's see, how's it going to look? Oh, yes. Oh, going to look good. There you are. Okay, I got it. It's paper thin, but I got it like how I want it. You know, you can always, you know, I'm showing the teeth just a little bit, but I can live with that. I even went through a little bit right there, but that's how paper thin is. But you can always take some off the gum as well. So keep that in mind, that you can also take some off the gum if you need to. And, yeah, just wanted to show that. That's going to be like a howling coyote. That's what it is. By the time we get the skin on there, it's going to be perfect. Got my glue gun. Put a little bit of glue here. Put a little bead here. Put some here. All the way around, down in here. Up there. I'll line everything up and contact. Now he looks like he's supposed to look. And what I'm getting at is you know, when you look at him evenly, well, I'm up a little bit too high, but you're pretty much just going to see the bottom canines. Everything else is going to be submerged behind the lip. So that's what we've got so far. Okay, now what you can do is you got a lot of flashing on here. You can go ahead and sand that down with some good sandpaper or a good sanding block or something. Just go all over the form. Okay, that's what it's going to look like with the tongue in it. It's going to look better with the lips and stuff on it. Part in mounting a coyote is figuring out what form you want and getting your measurements. Measurements being inside corner of the eye where the tear duct is, right where it touches the eyeball, all the way to the very tip of the nose, 4 1/4, about 4 1/8. Just write down your measurements exact. That way you know whether you have to, you know, if you need a little bit of slack or you have to stretch maybe 1/8 of an inch or something. So that's your first measurement, or one of your main measurements is your eye to nose. And you write it down. Then you go to your second measurement, or I wouldn't call it the second measurement, but another measurement is from the very tip of the eye, or tip of the nose, right down the center of your animal, whatever animal it is. Tip of the nose, right down the center of the animal, right down that spine. Center it as possible, even if you got a little bit of a curvature, try to incorporate that in your measurement. Go all the way to where the base of the tail starts. This guy looks like he's up to, about 36.5. So I've got 4 1/8, 36.5. And you just write these down. And I automatically know what measurements they are. And a lot of times I write L for length, and I'll put 36.5, and then maybe put G for the girth, or W for the width, whatever. But usually I just put G, which means the girth. Then I find my thickest part of the belly and get my girth measurement. Those are the main ones I go by. But I know, especially on like cats and stuff, sometimes there is another measurement that will come into play, and that's the neck measurement. Here's the belly. I've got 22.5. Then I just write that measurement down, and those are my main measurements. Now I can order me a form. If the form is like 1 inch shorter, or if the belly is like 1 inch thinner, or sometimes if the belly is like maybe, like maybe 1/2 inch bigger or something, they can stretch a little. And also if you got some loose skin to work with, sometimes that's even better because it mounts a lot easier. If you shorten a form, you don't want to take too much out of it because Mother Nature reveals itself. If you cut like more than like 1 inch out of the belly or something to shorten the form, the legs start looking too long. And it don't take much. Anything more than like 1 inch or something, it starts really getting noticeable. That's how exact Mother Nature is. Well, there's your measurements, and now we're just going to skin him out. You've got your measurements to order whatever form you want. In this case, it's going to be a standing howling coyote. Oh, there's also a tail measurement. You're going to use a wire for the tail. So in this case, he is about 13 3/4, or that's where I fill the tail in, not including the hair. So I've got a tail of about 13 3/4. Write all your measurements down. You may even skin him out first, then get your tail measurement. You may cut the tail off and not skin him out until you're ready to mount him. I've done that before. But just as long as you get your tail measurement so you know how long your tail wire has got to be. Oh yeah, now on animals like bobcats and stuff, you can skin them out and get right at the base of the tail with a tail stripping tool. Pull real hard and all the skin and everything comes off, and you just got your tail without any skin on it. You know, it works great for bobcats. I've even seen some foxes done that way. But I've never been able to do it on a coyote. What I'll do on a coyote is I'll make an incision along the bottom and get the skin where it'll come off that way. And then I just pull the tail out that way. But I haven't been able to use a tail stripping tool on a coyote. And here on the feet, same with the fox. I've seen it done on a fox. But what I'll do is I'll make an incision down here because the legs don't want to invert like say on like a bobcat, and I think maybe a coon and some of these other animals. On a coyote, I think I've seen it done on a fox though, where they actually did get the legs to come off. But I play it safe. I don't want to, tearing skin and all that stuff. I'll make an incision right there. What it does, it frees the skin up where it'll keep going down the foot, or down the bottom portion of the leg all the way down. Just one of those things you got to do with a canine usually, although I've seen exceptions to the rule on foxes. But I play it safe. All the legs, the front and the back, they'll get an incision, and you just have to sew it up. Although I have been known to use glue and pin and get it together real good where it's not noticeable and let it dry that way and not even have to worry about sewing. But a lot of times I have been known to just sew it back up. So there's some options right there. Other than that, it does like any other animal. Try to find that center spot. Right at the base of the tail. Now cut up from underneath. Seems to help so you don't lose a bunch of hair. Basically all I'm doing is cutting up and centering. I use hair coloration too to help me determine where I'm at. Of course the goal is to go straight up the center. I'll try to get that better where you can see it. As you can see, I've kind of tried to center him as good as possible. He's a little bit lopsided where he's still frozen. I think the center goes right down here. See, I see some coloration, separates. I got my knife blade going right down the middle. I tend to go a little bit above the shoulders. I mean, yeah, when you get it done, it's not that noticeable anyway. So do it however you think you got to do it. I'm going to stop right there for now. If I have to make the incision longer, I can. Yeah, I've been thawing him out for 3 days and I can't keep waiting. I can't wait for a whole week to thaw this guy out. My original intention, kill the ticks on him. But I didn't know I was going to have to wait, a week for him to thaw out. So I gotta do the best I can with what I got. And just start separating the skin. You pull back and you'll see membrane. And it's literally that simple. Just like on any other animal. Pull on that skin, lightly. So you see that membrane. he's still frozen. And it's been 3 days, literally 3 days he's been out. He's still frozen solid. Well, at least I can move him a little bit. I'm sure the head area is probably not frozen anymore. Just do the best you can and don't put no holes in you. If you can keep from it besides what's already in you. I'll do that for a while until we get to a leg, and I'll show you what we do. You might want to cut through the tailbone, at the base of where the hind end is, as soon as you can, if you've got to. I usually do that and worry about skinning the tail out later. But see, I can push the kneecap up through the skin. And just keep separating that membrane. Even on the inside. Just be careful with your knife edge, because it's easy to accidentally miss your membrane and go through your skin a little bit or something. Don't want to add any extra damage that wasn't already there. It's more work on your part to have to repair it, so be careful. Just keep running that knife along that membrane. The idea is to free a leg up so you can hang him up and let gravity act like an extra arm. Gravity itself pulling down helps you skin out a lot of stuff. Birds or anything. So that's our goal, just to free one leg up. Separate that membrane. We've got a little bit of an opening right here in the inside corner of the leg. On bobcats you can pull. Coyote's a little bit different, I think, but Might be able to pull a little bit. Is that corner of the leg? Here just a little bit. Well, it's probably less headache to go ahead and put your incision right down the center of the back of the foot. Just try to line the hair up right where you get right down the middle. Yeah, stop that right there. Now what happens when you get the leg down that far, it's not going to stress and stretch and all that, it's just going to pop right through. So I get right from about the bottom of the elbow, I guess you can look at it like an elbow, I guess. Right there where the bottom part of this is, and all the way down. You could probably even go through these anyway if you wanted to, but I'm going to debate on that for a little while. You know, that's where the rods are going to go through. For this particular mount, it's got rods. And I want them to go through probably towards the front of this paw a little bit. Yeah, right in here. I don't want it to go through like in the middle or the back. I want it to go through kind of towards the front. So I'll debate on putting that hole later. The main thing is you have this. That way when you're skinning the leg out, it splits because you've got that cut. It splits a lot easier. And you know, it's not like a bobcat or some of the other animals where you can just invert it like a sock. Hadn't had good luck with coyotes that way. Although I have seen foxes where they've done it. Maybe a fox, because it's littler or something, it has the ability to, I don't know, maybe stretch a little bit more. Try to go right down the back of that elbow. See right there at the bottom of that elbow? All the way down to about where the paw starts. And that'll give you enough room. You do the front legs the same way. You get right down here. I have been known to cut right down the middle of that little, I guess a dew claw almost, I guess you could call it. So I went right down the middle of it. And you get about to this joint right here. Yeah, that will separate. So and I went all the way down to about where the paw starts. If I need to, I can go through the paw. You'd be surprised what a little super glue can do just to hide this. If you do split the paw, this padding, super glue will mesh it right back together. Or even if it's cracked, I have used a little bit of caulk over it, and when you paint it black, he's going to notice. So you do all 4 legs that way. You just invert it. That way when you get down to that area, it's not going to tear or anything, it's just going to invert. It's a lot easier that way. And then you just have to re-sew it or repin it with a little bit of glue. I have stuck some glue on the form right in here, real good, or the hide paste or whatever. Close it back up and pin it. Saves you from sewing, and a lot of times it looks neater. Because sometimes when you sew, you know, the skin buckles a little bit, but a lot of times I do sew it, it's quicker. But that's kind of what's going on. Now we're going back to inverting the leg, whatever it takes. Might be easier to cut this tail. If you're going to cut it, now's the time to do it. So here's the tailbone right here. Already got my length measurement, so I'll just cut it. Something else we got to do is I like to go ahead and skin around the gum line and the teeth and get that all done. That way all I got to do is worry about doing the eyes, and it's just a habit I got into. So I think it pretty much cut through that tailbone. I believe I have. See? That's one less thing to worry about. You got your intestinal opening. Now you got a lot more looser skin because you already cut to the tail. I probably should have skinned the mouth out first, or the mouth and the ears, but I didn't. That's all right. I don't even think I don't even get the ears, just the mouth. That way you make sure you've got enough gum line, especially on the open mouth. You don't want to cheat and cut a little bit too much gum and all that stuff, or too much of the lip area. You want, plenty for tucking, As a rule of thumb for me, I'd get as close to the gum line as I usually can. I'd rather have a little extra too much skin than not enough, And that's kind of how I roll with it. Just keep stretching that membrane. Both sides. We're getting close to our incision on our elbow. So that's what I'm calling this part. I guess borax, you can use borax if you want, I guess. Probably don't want to wait forever to mount it, but I don't think a little will hurt. Just helps you grab stuff. Grab and pull. Get some of the slickness out. There's your elbow. Be sure I got that. Yeah, it's counting down. Yeah. Yeah, right here in this elbow. Now you remember that's where my incision starts anyway. A lot of times if you get it this far, you don't even have to cut it from the outside first. You can cut it now. I've done that before. My goal is to free one leg up so I can hang it and then do the other legs a lot easier. But we got to do the mouth. I should have done that first. Probably don't matter when you get it. But I tend to get the mouth first, just for the sake of getting it done, I guess. And then worry about the body more and flesh it out. It don't matter when you get it, as long as you get it though. See the incision? Now it's revealing itself. So without that incision, it would be very tough, if not impossible, to separate it. Although I've seen people do foxes that way. I don't know how. I see them get the job done. If you want to play it safe, I just do it like I do any canine. And make that incision down the back leg. Small price to pay to make sure you don't tear nothing. You see with the incision, it just separates so much more, where it can just pop open. Keep running along that membrane, just like you do a bobcat or anything. Run along the top here. Yeah, as you pull down, you expose that membrane. You just run your blade over it. Now I'm coming to that knuckle right here. I do just like I do on a bobcat. I'll show you here in a little bit. So I'm almost down to the, I guess you could call it the, I don't know which knuckle it'd be. I think it'd be the second knuckle. Yeah, the second knuckle. Get as close as you can to the claws without the claws wanting to fall out is the right thing to, the way to look at it. Make sure that preservative gets in there real good. Yeah, there's the second knuckle. You can see it showing and revealing itself. Right down here, I guess, to the second knuckle is showing itself. Put some of that membrane around it so you can get your shears on it real good. When I get one of these, it's like wire cutters. I find that joint, that second joint, and I go right through it. There we go. You can skin down, get a little bit more of that loose skin, get to your next knuckle. Do the same thing again. Sometimes you gotta free a little extra skin up. And when you pull, you get that knuckle to expose itself, see? Or you get it to help expose itself is the right word. Find that second knuckle joint. Snip right through it. Go to your next one. Free the excess membrane or skin up that might be around it. And look how pretty that knuckle exposed itself here. See? You just get up under it. With whatever you got handy, I guess. Go to the next one. Snip some of that extra membrane if you like. Find that second knuckle. There you go. Now we can hang him up and skin him out. Put him right there below this elbow thing and hang him. And he'll peel like a glove. But before that happens, I'm going to skin the mouth out. Okay, now what I like to do, if I start cutting, see like here I've got an X-Acto knife with a good blade. I want to err on the side of too much gum or too much skin rather than not enough. See how low I'm getting? Heck, I'm basically at the base of the teeth. I know it's going to be an open mouth, and I want to be able to go on the side of the form down into the mouth. So I just make sure I have more than enough gum to work with. So I get basically down to the gum. I mean, just at the base of the teeth almost. Although you don't have to do it, I'm going to err on the side of too much rather than not enough. If that makes any sense. It's just a habit I got into, and it works for me. I know borax, probably not the best thing, but hey, it ain't gonna be long in my freezer anyway. It's gonna get mine pretty quick here. So. You don't have to use borax. I just did it so I can grab better. I'm cutting. Same with the nose. You want to cut too much cartilage rather than not enough. Worry about anatomy later when you start trimming cartilage off. So I went through the nose. Now I'm on top of the snout. Oh yeah, you can see what I'm doing. Here's a side view. I went through the nose, cut just above the teeth, got plenty of skin. I'm on top of the nose, working up towards the eyes. Now's a good time to do the bottom. This is just like you do a deer head. Cutting right below the base of the teeth. Rather have too much skin than not enough because it's an open mouth. Even right up in here I get to the base. I mean, that's more than I'll ever need, of course. And when you skin this lip wound, you come to the inside corner of the mouth on both sides. Just like you do on a deer head. That's what I want to get. Stay as close to the teeth as I can get. All the way around, man. While I'm doing this stuff. So now I'm basically just pulling the lower lip down. Don't rush it. You don't want to cut more than what you need or do any stupid things. So which I've been known to screw up by rushing things. Just take it on down, just like you do a deer head, even if it's not an open mouth. I mean, but in this case, you just want to, you don't want to skimp on skin on the inside corner of the mouth, stuff like that. See right here, the inside corner of the mouth. You see where I cut it before. Here's the top. Just take it on down. Pretty much have to take it there. So you gotta skin all this stuff down to get it to the inside corner of the mouth. Just like you do a deer head or anything. The same exact thing. Now here's the inside corner of the mouth. I like having all that. Look at all that inside corner of that mouth now that I got. Because of the way I cut it. See all that? Got plenty. Did the same thing to this side. So I took it down. There's your inside corner of the mouth. Take it down a little further on this side if I want to. See all this inside corner of the mouth? More than you'd ever need. Well, that's what I want. I want more than I'll ever need. I want more than instead of not enough. Now, I'm satisfied. There's the eyes. I could probably go ahead and do the eyes right now. But a lot of times I'll come in from the rear as I'm skinning him out. I'll just save my X-Acto knife blade. It's sharp. I'll go back to my knife and I'll hang him up and we'll skin him out that way. When we get down to the eyes, I may use this again. Well, had a little effort, but I got it done. See, get back behind this elbow here, and it holds it, see? Now I can skin him out with a lot of ease. Just keep separating that membrane. There's a lot of fat in the butt area, of course. Don't let it trick you into cutting into him. I mean, leave as much as you can on the carcass. I would, but just don't cut into him if you can keep from it. A lot of fat right in here. Looks like his testicles are right here. They come right off. And just keep doing like you did the other leg. I pulled, got him opened up down here on his belly. just like I did the other leg, pulling until I see that membrane, and run your blade over it. Be careful. Try not to put a lot of cuts in it. I've put a few small ones already by accident. So just try to pay attention to what you're doing and don't put any more damage in what's already on there. There's more work for you to try to fix later. Just keep pulling till you see that white membrane. Remember that incision we got from the back of like the elbow here? We got an incision right there. Once we hit that incision, it's smooth sailing. It comes right off. And it seems like more so on these critters, when you get on them, you want to get them where they're not going to ruin pretty quick. In other words, hair slippage, they start going bad quick. Seems like a little quicker than what would happen on a deer. So yeah, they seem like they start going bad a little bit quicker than even a deer. So I've learned to, especially when you have to sit and let them thaw out for a few days, you know that certain parts are going to be thawed while other parts aren't. So just to be safe, when you get on him, get him to where he's not going to ruin. I mean, if you use a Bondo ear method, go ahead and skin his ears out and even Bondo the ears and all that before you stop working on him. Make sure he's degreased good. We can't fuel oil. Just make sure he's degreased good, washed good. When you get those ears taken care of, get the face done, skin the eyes out. I mean, all the fleshing in the face, the ears skinned out. Get all that stuff done ASAP, and you won't have to go worry about him going bad on you. So, yeah, that's the first thing I get. I get the face first. The fleshing, everything. Don't worry about the body. That way you don't have to worry about the, at least get the ear skin out and all that. I mean, you go ahead and get the body and then put Bondo in the ears, but at least get the ears taken care of. The eyes, all the fleshing in the face, around the lip. I'll do that. At least mainly. You get all the fleshing done anyway, except for the little minute work. There again, depends on how fresh you know he is. If he's fresh, you got some time. If you don't know how fresh he is, that's when I worry about stuff like that. Every now and then you'll get roadkill and you don't know how fresh it is. And sometimes it's not fresh at all. Here again, I'm getting down to where the incision is. I'm already here. So it's separating. like a red phase coyote. A lot of red in it. Seen them black. And I mounted some solid black ones. You know, ones that give a Labrador run for their money. A lot of black in them. So I guess this would be like a red phase of a coyote. She's really, really red. Almost like a fox. But I already showed you how to do this. You just keep skinning it out and get down to the second knuckle and snap through that second knuckle joint and undo the foot. I did that to the other one, but I'll do it to a front one here in a little bit. So you just keep on going down. I done that leg just like I did the other one. Make sure I made an incision in all these bottom legs. Yeah, that one's got it. Did I do the other one? Oop, see, almost forgot. I'm gonna go right down the middle. You can go through that little paw there and stop right there at the elbow. There you go. Keep on working this down. Try not to put no extra holes besides what he's already got. Leave as much fat as you can without cutting the skin. Sometimes it's easier to leave a little fat on the skin rather than put a hole in it or something, you know. Or not the base of the neck, the back of the neck. Just free up all that skin. A lot of fat right here on it. And right here, there's this almost to his elbow. There's some bad damage right here. Free all this up. This is his chest right here. His elbow. On the side of his elbow. The inside. Decided to just come apart. Just like you do bobcat or anything else. Help it out a little bit, you can separate it. Sometimes you can separate it manually. More so on a bobcat, looks like. Okay. Bring him on down. Separating that membrane. That's probably in the way. Got him hanging a little bit lower than I like. But I got this, so you just keep on bringing him down. Just like you did the front legs. Just pull and separate. Pull and separate. See membrane, that'll separate. Go ahead and separate it with that blade. Oops, I'm getting close right there. I keep wanting to cut into it. like to have left him hanging, but it was getting too low to the ground where it was getting impractical. Sorry about that, folks. Just didn't have him hanging quite high enough. These guys, you gotta have them hanging pretty high. But that's alright, you ain't gotta have them hanging. It's just easier. See, I'm just taking him on down, just like you do a bobcat or anything. Any animal you skin out, you do the same thing. You pull, find that membrane, run your knife over it, and keep going. It's the name of the game. Just pull, run your knife over it, and keep going. Just keep pulling, run your knife over it. Soon we'll be onto our incision. And we're like real close to it anyway. That much I know. We're so close, it's unbelievable. It's close. It's recording, yeah. Just keep bringing it on. Just keep pulling. That tight membrane. Go all the way around the leg. Free up any of that membrane that's holding it. Then you just pull down a little bit more. There's my incision. The start of my incision. I can see the reddish fur on this red coyote starting to come through. See it? I'm sure you can see it. Yeah, you can see it. Keep wanting to pull towards my belly though. Okay, here we are. Keep going. So it just separates a lot easier. Without that incision, it'd be impossible almost, if not impossible. Got a claw right here. I'm right there at the second knuckle. Snip it on through. You know, on a person it would be a thumb, I guess. I went through that claw. And we just keep on going down. Yeah, it was that right here. That's the one I went through. That one right there. Thumb claw or whatever you call it. Just keep going on down, separating that membrane. So I raked my knife across it and just freed up those fingers. Turn it upside down. Free it up a little bit more. Okay, we're here at the second knuckle again. We're close to it. You just keep cutting around these finger bones till you get down. Almost there. I'm neglecting this side because it's farthest from the camera. Okay, here we are. Check it out. We're almost at the second knuckle. In fact, even though we're not there, we can pull them out and snip them. Watch this. Second knuckle is showing itself. There it is. I may help it out a little bit with a blade. So I can kind of pull it out. There it is. Bam. And run your knife right through it. Second knuckle, look at all that membrane that you can cut. Watch it free up that second knuckle. Much better this time around. Yeah. Look at that. Now look at it show. Well, still got to reach in there and get it, looks like. There it is. See that? Snip. Go to the next one. Free it up a little bit with your knife if you need be, or if you want to. There it is. If you want, you can run your knife around there and separate some of that. So, that way you know you're getting down where you need to get. Going back behind it. Find that second knuckle. Cut through it. Down to the last one. It's already at the second knuckle. Check it out. You can see it. So all I gotta do is get my blade on there and find the cartilage, cut in between, separate that joint right there. Just go in between, you go into the joint and cut through that cartilage area that's where it's not very tough. And you'll know when you find it because the bones just will separate. Okay? So you can look like you do the other leg the same way. Okay, now we just got the head. The skin's going to go over the head. And we're going to get the ear butts, cut through the ear canals, go down to the eyes, and we'll be done with caping this booger out. And we put him back in the freezer and order our form according to our measurements. This is so much easier when he's on the, when he's hanging, but just couldn't do it. He's hanging too low. Here, the ear canal starts somewhere down in here. Basically what you do, just like you do on a bobcat or anything, I find that ear canal. There it is, it's real small. You want it to be small, that means you didn't cut through the, that means you cut deep enough. You'd rather cut deep enough than not deep enough. I mean, yeah, you know what I mean? There's the ear canal to the ear. The other side, there's the ear canal. Any excess meat, you can cut that off later. No biggie. Main thing is you don't cut through his ear or anything. It looks like it starts, yeah, just like on the cat, like right down in here. So I just start cutting in. Let's see on that side. It's like way down in here, yeah, right here. You can feel it when you get to the canal. There it is. You can actually see it. Where I went through it. Now anything connected, I can just worry about getting it off later. I know my ears are in good shape, in other words. Because I cut deep enough as opposed to not deep enough. Now we're getting close to the eyes. I got that awesome X-Acto knife with a good blade on it, so I don't have to, but I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of it right now while I've got a chance to use it. It's a good sharp blade. Okay, here's the eyes. I can feel the base of the eyes. You got some jaw right there, so that's cool. We cut all that, so that's awesome. All we really got to do is worry about the eyes. And I feel the eye socket. So I just run right along the tip of that eye socket bone. Start thinning the skin down. And then what happens is you start seeing the pupil through the skin. And then you know you're in good shape. In other words, you're not cutting anything you're not supposed to. See, that's already done. Look at all that. See, it's where we skin all that skin out. It's the inside corner of the mouth. Making sure we have plenty as opposed to not enough. You want too much skin to work with as opposed to not enough, always. Let's see what we got going on here. You see the eyeball? Here's the eyeball. So technically, should be able to, right above that eyeball where the skin is real thin, I should be able to cut to that skin, and it lets me see what's going on. Oh yeah, we're in good shape. Here's the eyelid. Plenty of skin to work with. Last thing you want to do is cut to the eye skin or something, make your job real miserable. What I'll do is I'll make sure that I cut deep enough, excessively even, to make sure I don't cut into the tear duct or anything. You can do that. So here is, I'm on the tear duct where all that cartilage and stuff is. Look at that. Oh, perfect. Look at that. The mouth is separated on that side. And we got to do the same to the other side. And we'll have this guy skin out. I think I'm going to go ahead and skin the tail out while I'm at it. Since he's thawed out, it'll be one thing that's not going to be time consuming after I thaw him out again. So I can go ahead and start the fleshing and all that stuff. Oh yeah, see this side. I can see, look at that, it's already been done. The inside corner of the mouth, before we did that before we even hung him up. See how that comes out good? Usually that's the first thing I do is cut around the mouth, the lips. And that way when you're hanging, although this guy was hanging too low to the ground, usually when they're hanging, you can let gravity take its course, don't have to worry about anything, you're in good shape. Here again, I'm cutting right along the top of that eye socket where the bone is, to make sure I'm not cutting the end of anything. Sure you can see that. There's the eye socket. I'm just working around it. Plenty of excess skin. Oh, I can see the pupil. When you see the pupil, I like to go ahead. I can see the pupil under the thin skin. When the skin is that thin, I know I'm usually in the good. So I cut to that thin skin. I get a better bird's eye view of what's going on. And that lets me know. Yeah. It lets me know what's going on. There's the inside of the eye. It's in good shape. I'm using my good sharp X-Acto knife instead of a dual knife where you can accidentally cut things a little bit wrong. I want to make sure that I don't mess anything up, so I'm cutting deep almost inside corner of that eye. And I want to err on the side of cutting too far back as opposed to not far back enough. Now we're back on the scary area, which is the tear duct area. It's just that way for a second. And you just let your X-Acto knife go over it. Make sure you don't cut a hole. And there you go. Now we're done with that. We'll discard the body and we'll go ahead and get the tail. Figured I might as well get the tail. You know, you can start like maybe an inch or something below. I try to find the center of that tail. You can even use a spray ball and separate the hairs if it makes it easier for you. I think we're doing pretty good without it though. Basically what you gotta do, you gotta sew it back up. Seems like the spray bottle helped out a little bit. What I did, I separated the hair, makes it a little bit easier. Here again, it's something you probably want to take your time on. You're going to lose a little bit of hair, but you minimize it. You know, by separating it and getting it out of the way, it helps. Some things take time, and this is one of those things. Just take that down as far as you can. I'm almost down as far as I can get. Yeah, I think I'm right here at the end. Really close. No, I still got about an inch or so. What I'll do is I'll go all the way back down as far as I can go, and then work my way up from the back. That ensures that I don't take no shortcuts and get it done right. Wow, almost there. Some of the stuff so small, I may have to actually use super glue or something and just cinch it together that way. Here it is. It should come right out. Right here on the end, right here. You get real intricate down here at the bottom here. That's it, right here. Flush that tail out. There it is. I'm at the very end. Now, I'm going to work my way forwards. Get some hemos on that thing or anything. Work your way down. Gotta get my little hemostats right there. Good sharp X-Acto knife, just run right along that tailbone and watch it slowly start separating. Watch out. Oh wow, see that? That's where I had it separated already. Yeah, let me take that off. Let me re-wet this, keep all this separated. All that separated. You want to lose the least amount of hair you can on the tail. But you're going to lose some. You start up here on the thick end, that may be easier. It's been a while, folks. Done a lot of them, but it's been a while. There's the tailbone trying to come out. Try to get as much with it as I can. Don't want to leave any excess stuff on the tailbone if you can keep from it. Well, I mean on the tail skin. Don't want to leave any excess stuff on the tail skin if you can keep from it. Now, coming up fairly good. It's not hard, but tedious. You see how it's coming out. You just keep running your X-Acto knife around that tailbone. That's what you gotta do. One right here at the end of the tail, all this come out real good. You can see where it came out right there. Just get them out like you do a leg or anything. Really kind of tight. Pulling time to expose that membrane. Run that knife right along that membrane. And they're cutting pretty close to the body. even save his tail for reference. Probably wrap a little bit with cotton and make a little bit of a tail, but yeah, I'll probably save this for reference. Put it in with the, it's either that or I work with it now, and I'd rather not work with it right now, if at all possible. Yeah, definitely, I'd rather just get him in the freezer and, yeah, work on other things. But if you wanted, you could go ahead and do the tail on the form. You'd be ahead of the game that way, I guess. But, yeah, I'm good. And here he is. He is almost separated. So maybe a little bit of membrane holding somewhere. But for the most part, I think that's got him. There's his tail. Let's look inside, see what's going on. Yeah, that's his tail right there. Yeah, he's good. Here's what I got. Make sure when you wrap your tail or use clay or whatever that it's actually a little bit littler, so you have some comfort. So it's not too much of a headache to deal with. It just went all the way down. All the way down to the very bottom. And we had, what, 13 3/4 inches? That's what we had. It's kind of what we come up with, I think. We're okay. Here I got his legs inside, got his head right here. Ears folded over. Keep them on the inside. Throw that tail in there too. We just bag and tag this sucker. Put him in the freezer. I just gotta blow that knot. Got him tagged, and it goes in the freezer. Okay, sometimes, I don't know, just for security reasons, I like to go ahead and do the head first. You know, skin the ears out and all that stuff. And flesh the ears out. And it's just peace of mind for me in case you don't know exactly how fresh it is. Although it ought to be fresh. You don't have to do it, but I don't always do it, but it doesn't hurt to do it. And you skin the ears out like you do a bobcat or a deer. I've got a bobcat and a deer on here where I both got pretty much in detail. I'm on the ear right now. And I just got him inverted. Basically, I'm just go all the way to the end of the ear and then re-invert it. Probably throw some preservative in there ahead of time. Just do all this ahead of time. Now there's a particular shape of a howling coyote that's slightly different on the ear, so I want the ear to look like the way they do for a howling coyote. And you can look at reference pictures, and I think I explained it a little bit earlier anyway, but we'll get into that later. But if you got any questions, just like I even got a squirrel video where I inverted the ears on it. A deer video, I inverted the ears on it. A bobcat. So I've got a few animals where I've inverted the ears. So I don't know if saying is redundant is the right word, but it's got to be done anyway. So basically I'm going to invert it. I'm raking my razor across. There's a white membrane that separates the skin from the cartilage in the ear, just like any part of the body of an animal. That's what we do as taxidermists. We find that white membrane between the skin and the body, and we run a razor blade over it and separate it. And so that's what you do. And that's what I'm doing right now. It's slowly coming apart, slowly but surely. And just make sure you do it right, and try not to put any holes. The less holes you can put, the better off you are. And I'll get back with you a little bit later on this ear. And here's the back of the ear. There's the ear canal. The skin on the cartilage is the main thing. You just got to be careful. All this has got to come off, and it will come off. Yeah. It's just like a bobcat or even a deer. It's the same process. There's just slight different anatomical differences. So let's just gotta keep that in mind. So all this meat's going to come off. There's the ear canal. Here's the ear bud area. Clay is going to butt up against this. all this. I leave the canals on just like I do on the deer head. I leave the ear canals on because you don't want Bondo getting all over the inside of your ear. And the ear canal leaving it on kind of helps in that process. You can always cut the ear canal on after you get the Bondo inside the ears. That's way on down the road after he's been washed and preserved and everything. So we still got a while before we do that. Yeah, I just want to get some of this loose meat out of the way so I know what I'm doing here. Have a little bit better idea of what's going on. I've got my razor. You can see the cartilage in the skin where they separate. And I just get my razor and it starts splitting open. And when I do the lips, they actually call it splitting the lips. And so that's what it is. See, if I pull, you can see that little bit of membrane. Run my razor over it. And keep going. Expose a little bit more membrane. Keep going. And keep on going. That's the name of the game. You just keep on exposing it. And I like using the side of the blade instead of straight on, because basically all you're doing is rubbing that membrane and separating it. You know, you're not really cutting per se. You don't have to go straight down, in other words. You use the side as like a glancing kind of situation, and you may have better control over whether you put holes in the ears. That way, you can see right here, I'm going to take this all the way down to as far as I can go, and then I'll get the aid of a sharpening steel or something, and I'll stick up in the ear, and so I can get all the way to the point at the very top of the ear. In other words, I use a little bit of help. Now on a big animal like a deer, you've got ear separators. But on something like this, me personally, I'm just going to manually do it and do it right. And so that's kind of what you got going on. So I'll do this. I'll get down a little bit more and I'll show you how it's done here a little bit later. Yeah, notice right here where the area like the bottom of the ear where it separates, you can actually flesh it out a little bit. I've got my sharpening steel and I just put it up into my ear that I'm skinning out, and I'm just real easy with it because I don't want chunks of hair coming off. So I use my sharpening steel as a helper, and sometimes it helps not to have any fleshing agent on there like borax or preservative, because it can get in the way. So you just want to be careful there. Keep separating everything. You can see how I'm kind of just slowly letting this do its thing. Before long, you'll be right on the end of it. I like to take my time because I hate putting holes in ears if I can keep from it. But I like to go to the end because you don't want ears that are all curly and everything on the ends because it wasn't fleshed out good enough. So yeah, that's something you don't want to have for sure. And so we're here, separating. Yeah, just like on a deer, you can literally see it separating. You know, just a slight bit of pressure, and it exposes that white membrane that you need to run your razor blade over. And so that's what's going on. You just keep taking it down as far as you can till you get all the way to the end. You'll get there. You just gotta keep at it. Keep using maybe the side of your razor blade if you need to. This is probably one thing you got to be tedious on, is definitely the ears. Just keep at it. And so I'm going to keep doing that until I get to the very end where the point is on this. And you'll probably also need to do a little bit on the sides as you go up. You just run your little razor blade over it. Okay, I've got my sharpening steel, and I'm pretty much at the end. And I may go a little bit on the sides a little bit more if I can. But I think I'm done for the most part. Yeah. It's just real easy just to use your thumb and slightly pull back. Make sure you've gotten all the way. It's one of those, it's like that game, you want to get as close as you can without going too far. Because you don't want any extra holes. But if you do put a hole and it's super small, you know, it has to be pretty super small, it's not going to matter. See down there at the bottom, I didn't get all this. Now is my chance to get it. So I'm separating membrane. I'm going to have full expansion of the ear. And it's going to look great. So I'm all the way to the end there, all the way to the end. I think I've done that side all the way to the end. Let's see about this side. I'm going to do the same thing on this side. Just kind of using it as a little bit of leverage, almost like a little mini fleshing beam. And separate as good as I can. That seems to be pretty good. I'm about to the end. Keep it on going. And I think I'm good to go on this side as well. So there you go. There's the ear fleshed out. Then you get all this meat right here, the excess meat on the cartilage. Go ahead and get it off. You can pinch a little of it up. Put your blade under there. Cut it off. And I don't worry about all the down here. This is all what's below the ear butt is going to be cut off anyway. So, I mean, sometimes I'll leave a slight little bit of canal, but usually I'm pretty good about getting it off. And so I may even go up under here a little bit with my, pretty much just like you would a deer head. Get all the meat off, the loose meat. There it comes. And there it is. So a little bit of red meat here, and it even goes up under the ear a little bit right there. Just like on a deer or bobcat or anything. The same setup. Just a little difference in anatomy. Definitely in size, of course. But you can get that red meat out, you can cut it out. Get that out. See, that cartilage goes all the way out over to here. Pretty neat when you think about it. This is all red meat. I guess muscle is a better way to put it. You just get all this red meat off the cartilage. Try not to cut through the cartilage, of course. Yeah, basically, here's your ear. That's your ear. What you want to do is get all the red cartilage off, as good as you reasonably can. And then, get what's down here also. This comes off. And then when we re-invert it, we'll have a beautiful skin out coyote ear. We'll go ahead and get the red meat off here, and then I'll show you completely what it looks like. This ear done all the way to the end, the point, and it's going to be a howling, so when I mount it, I kind of want that shape right there. I mean, it's hard to explain, but yeah, about like that. But that's for different, but notice this is what it looks like. And then I just go to the other ear, and then we'll worry about the main body a little bit later. I'm doing, actually, most people do the main body and then the head, eyes, and mouth last. And I a lot of times do, but if you don't know exactly what good a shape the animal is in, maybe you want to get the stuff where the hair slippage usually tends to start first. A lot of times I get that out of the way. Like handling the ears and the lips and eyes, I'll do it now. And then I'll worry about the body. Around the eyes, I already fleshed them. Oops, by accident, and didn't get them on there. But I can get a little bit better. And you just get the razor blade and go around the eyelids and flesh a little off like that. Go all the way around the eyelids and get as close as I can without putting a hole. You just go all the way around, and I get right up to the eyelid. And because the less skin you got, the better mount it's going to be. And then, of course, I did the other side the same way. You just see, there's a place right there I didn't get. But yeah, get right, just right below where the eyelashes are, and then I just flesh. Here we are right here. We are. There's a little bit right here, a little bit of meat right here I didn't get. A little bit right here. Right there. A little bit right here. There, I got the eyelids. Now I'm splitting the lips. I start here in the corner and I just start unraveling. Pull down with my thumb. Hold this. Hold the rest of it with my pointing finger, my index finger, I guess, pointing finger, and then you just pull down with my thumb slightly, and it starts coming down. You can, I'll tend to go around one time, and then I'll work on thinning it down. And you do all animals this way, deer, bobcats. Like right here, here's the nose. But what I'll do is, since I'm splitting the lips right now, I just pull back with my thumb and just kind of let it peel back. And so here's what we got going on. This is the nose area. Can't tell, I got a lot of preservative on there. And then here's the inner part of the mouth between the upper and lower right there. So I just peel back with my thumb. Just keep pulling back. Make sure I'm in the camera. Oh yeah, I'm in the camera. Yep, just pulling back. I'm gonna go ahead. Let me pan in just a little. Right there. Okay, that's good. Right here, this is peeling back. This is the lip right below the nose. Just peeling it back. Now you have to right above the follicles, like around the nose where the whiskers are. When you're cutting and splitting the lips, you got to kind of right above the follicles, around where the nose is and stuff. You can kind of feel. You can put one finger behind where you're wanting to skin down to, and then your thumb kind of peeling back, and you let this finger kind of feel when you've kind of went down deep enough, because you'll feel it split the skin open. So there's a little bit of a feeling game too, I guess you could say. Here again, we just worry about fleshing the lips later. We're just splitting them right now. Here again, you can put your thumb behind there, and kind of helps you dig deep, because you have to fully split the lip, and you'll end up having a lot more lip. And good way to do it, I guess. But I'll let this finger tell me kind of where I'm able to run my razor to split the lip. I'll let that finger, the feeling of it, kind of dictates to me where I run my razor. So I'm kind of using both hands at the or both fingers, kind of help guide me. Feel everything kind of open up. There's the bottom lip. I can see it down through here. And I want to get up under that skin and use my razor. It's essential that we get all this lip that we can. There's not a lot of lip there. And here on the bottom, I'm separating this as good as I can. That's this. So that right there, yeah, you can even split that down a little bit. That's what I'm doing. There you are, your lips are split. Now to flesh the lips, you just run your razor. I kind of like go horizontal or kind of perpendicular to whatever the way the lip's going. Like I'll rake it this way. And now you can also go a little deeper if you have to. But I watch out for whiskers. Always try to watch out for the follicles. Yeah, you don't want an animal with no whiskers. That don't look good. And then you just keep rolling, raking that meat off with your razor blade. And so that's what we're doing. Now, assuming you split the lips all the way down as far as you can go, then I start fleshing the main body and, midsections of the head that you probably didn't get with a razor or something, and just carving this meat off. Not hard to do. Just getting right down to the skin, really easy back here because it's all fat. Real easy to put a hole though. Easy fleshing, but real easy to put a hole. That's the drawback. Every part of the mount, you want to leave the skin and take everything else off. The majority of this is fat right here. A lot of it, probably, I guess when I skinned him out, I left most of the meat on the carcass, which has its advantages, like right here. Don't have to flesh as much. Just raking my knife over it. I can kind of feel it digging up underneath, and it's pulling the meat right up. I tend to use my fingers. Just be careful. A lot of times I cut myself doing this, especially on deer. But it kind of helps to fold the meat away a little bit. Use this finger to spread with. And you get that right down to, I guess, you can see I guess like the blue skin, you can tell it's just skin. You can see like you can see kind of a bluish color. But yeah, that's when you're down far enough. Oh yeah, make sure I get the legs too. I just do one side then the other and make sure there's nothing right there or on the other side. It doesn't take long. Just make sure you get all that fat off, all that fat and extra meat and everything. You also try to get the paws pretty good. You know, there's like padding material underneath on the bottom. You see, I cut all that out. I just try to do a decent job as good as I can. In this case, I'm on an X-Acto knife, but a razor blade or anything, I try to get that nose too. I'll do the same thing here. I'll just kind of push on the front of it and expose a membrane around the cartilage. And basically what I'm doing is a little cartilage here, I'm going to run this out to the very edge as far as I can, and then I'll snip it off, and I'll end up cutting a lot of this cartilage off. But I want to keep enough where I don't destroy the integrity of the nostrils or anything. You know, I don't want to destroy anything, but I want to go as far as I can, and as far as fleshing. Take it all the way to the very end. They also have like artificial noses where you can actually cut the skin around the nose and then just use the artificial nose that you get that comes with the forms, some of the forms. But I guess I'm doing it the old-fashioned way. And then I just build up shrinkage with epoxy sculpt. You know, the nose is real dark anyway, so you can't really hardly tell whether it's epoxy sculpt or the actual nose. But you can see it's coming apart. I mean, skin separating, doing like it's supposed to do. It's also better to, when you start on him, go ahead and try to get him done, because they don't last long. I've had more trouble with them, you know, with hair slippage on something like this more so than I do a deer, for some odd reason. So as soon when I start on them, I try to get them done as far as the fleshing, and then take it from there to start mounting. You can see right here, I just using my middle finger in this case, and then pulling down on the cartilage, and this is the upper nose pad area. Just keep going. Here you go. Watching it separate. It's like splitting the lips or anything. You just stretch it a little bit and take it on down. There's some more. A little bit of white cartilage. The bobcats, deer, the whole 9 yards, they all do the same thing. Just keep on taking that nose down as far as it will go. I can feel I'm getting pretty close. You know what I'll do is I'll cut all this off. Okay, now I'm going to cut and try not to go too deep. I don't want to lose all that stuff. Go back right here and see what everything looks like. So it'll be pretty good. The knife's not too sharp, but oh well. I'll determine if I can go deeper, scope things out a little bit. So everything's looking great. We can take a little bit more. I'm going to go right here and see what happens. I'm going to dig off as much as I can within reason. But I dare not take more off than this, that's for sure. Everything is great. And I can shave it at a downward angle a little bit towards the bottom here and get some of this other stuff. I guess what I'm getting at, it is possible to take too much. I like to leave a little bit of that cartilage there for structure. That's me personally. That'll work. Looks good right there. Now I'll just lay up over the form, and if it shrinks down, which they have a tendency to do, then I'll just build it over the epoxy sculpt, paint it black, nobody knows anything. Smaller fleshing beam would come in real handy, like for fleshing out around the head. It just so happens, I don't have one right now, I did have one. But pretty much what it is a little bit of a triangular shape on the end, and it goes up under there, and you can do a real good job on the head that way. But I'm just going to lay him flat and get him with a knife, and he'll be fine. It's just not as convenient. But yeah, a smaller fleshing beam for like the head comes in handy for like coyotes and foxes and stuff like that. And as you remember, I already got the eyes with a razor. I did a lot of the detail work already. Split the lips. I need to probably split them and flesh that out a little bit better. Probably go back to my razor blade. But as far as like on top of the head, between the eyes, you can still use your fleshing knife for that. And like, you know, the throat area and underneath the main parts, go ahead and use your fleshing knife and get all that stuff. Or when you're splitting the lips and all that, you can use a razor and do it. I got used to using a fleshing knife whenever possible to get what I can with it. But yeah, you could use a razor and just, you know, do it also. As far as getting the meat off the head and, you know, the neck and all that, the lower jaw. So this is the top of the nose, like a thin layer of, flesh that down a little bit, and get that thin layer of meat and stuff off the top. You got eyebrows. There's chunks of meat right here. I know there's some eyebrows probably under it. Oh, here's eyebrows. There's eyebrows and there's eyebrows. I think I got that when I did a little bit of fleshing with my knife. I mean with the razor blade. And I think I went up as far as the eyebrows, so I'm pretty good there. Like just the main part of the head, you know, the middle between the eyes, and up to the top of the head. All that I'm getting with this. You can go ahead and use your razor blade, but that's kind of what I got right there. And just running my knife and rolling it and digging it up. Just like I did all the fat and stuff on the body earlier. Except this is meat instead of fat. But it's the same thing. It's still rolling. And I'm actually rolling it over. See the meat rolling? Yeah, this one just rolling the meat over. Cutting it off, tossing it, and doing it again. Till you get that part done, then you go to another part. Again. And in some places, if you can get it out, go ahead and get it out. But if it's a lot of complication, go in between the follicles with your blade and try not to go too deep. And a lot of times it's a cross-hatch pattern. I'll show you that a little bit later. Yeah, here's a cluster of follicles, which means whiskers. These are on top of the, oh no, they're on the side. These are down the side. Here's some. I accidentally went through one of them, I think, when I was fleshing around it. But yeah, you want to be real careful around these. And I tend to just stay away from that and let the preservative do its job. But I'll get what I can off the top of it and around it. And man, if I'm looking real close, I might could maybe get in between the follicles a little bit. But like that. But I'm going to leave that up to you. The preservative, as long as you get real good around it, I think the preservative is going to take care of the rest. You know, just here on like whiskers on the side of the face and stuff. And there's a set above the eyebrows. I want to be careful in those areas. But now the whiskers, like around the snout area or on the side of the nose on both sides, that big cluster of whiskers, I may try to get in between those with my knife. And, you know, maybe even get some of the meat off. But definitely I'll scrape over the follicles and so they'll be exposed. But you don't want to cut through your follicles if you keep from it. Every time you cut a follicle, the hair comes out. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it, but there's places where the hair comes through. Like when you're fleshing, getting all the fat off. Some of that happening is normal. It's just like when you're fleshing the fat off, you grab a little bit of hair and it comes on through. But yeah, no biggie. But this is stuff that comes out of the padding on the bottom of the foot. And I take my time to get all that stuff out. And plus I'll probably have some dry preservative that'll drop down in here to help make sure it stays good and preserved. You know, gravity, everything goes towards the feet. But yeah, that's the padding underneath the toes. You get some of this stuff around the toes. A good old razor blade will work. I just happen to have a good sharp X-Acto knife blade. That's why I opted for this. And it'll all come out. Just keep working at it. Get some of this extra stuff that needs to come off. I get it off. Let's see, there's the toes, it's top of the foot. Got most of that padding now. A little bit here and there. As you can see, I got a majority of it out. Stuff's full of oil. Yeah, there's even like a dew claw or whatever. That right there. And I can even dig some of that out. And use a sharp blade and it'll come right out. Well, we'll see a little bit of stuff that can come up on the tail. You can see strands of stuff right here. I'd go ahead and flesh it off. If it'll come off, go ahead and get it off. It'll, yeah, this will come off. This is all fat, even on the tail. A lot of fat. And I guess as far as stripping, if you had a tail stripper like on a fox, sometimes you can strip the tail on a fox. I guess you don't have to really worry about it if the tail will strip, but I see it on here, and that's a lot of fat. So I'll get it off. Like a whole bunch of fat, bunch of greasy fat. So I'll get it off. Basically, all I'm doing here is get some of the excess meat off from around the quills. I know the quills are underneath there, so I just want to kind of go with caution. I want to go through the quills, but yeah, a razor blade is typically what I use, but if I can save and just keep using my X-Acto knife because it has a sharp edge, I'll do it. It doesn't bother me that bad. But if you prefer to use your, I usually use a straight edge razor, but it's not any sharp edge. Even a good sharp knife will get this stuff. Basically what I'm doing is I'm getting down to the quill area. There's the quills for the whiskers. These big old whiskers right here. And yeah, what I'll do is run my knife over them. Oops, see, I cut one right there. Very easy to do that. You just got to be super careful. It might help to do a scraping motion. That way you can see them before you get on them a little bit. But yeah, it's real easy. There's one right there that I've seen. Yeah, every time you hit a quill, what it does, it'll make that hair follicle will fall out. So keep that in mind. And it's obviously super easy to do, you know, to cut into those quills. Let the skin kind of dry, that didn't help. I should be able to find some of these quills before I get on them, so I don't keep cutting them. Right here's the nostril area. You can get some of that excess meat from off around there. I think I might use a razor blade. Okay, like right here is the center between the upper and lower jaw. It's what's going to fold around on the inside of the open mouth. Right here in this very center of this. It's going to fold around to the inside of the mouth. We can see there's a little bit of meat on the outside corners, and that's going to go. Now, if it's a closed mouth, we'd trim a lot of this because we wouldn't need it, because he's got a closed mouth, and we don't want to be trying to stuff a whole lot of meat down into a narrow slit, you know, if it's a closed mouth. But with the open mouth, you need all this skin. It'll show a little bit, depending on if he's howling or just got his mouth open, you know. That'll determine how much teeth show. But, you know, this is going to tuck in the inside corner of the mouth. And so we just want to get this extra meat off. So just run your razor blade over it and try your best not to cut through a hole or anything. And narrow it down. This is the inside corner between the upper and lower jaw. That's what all this is. I'm just trimming the meat off. When you get it down as good as it wants to go, you know, you can see there's like a, you can tell when the meat's coming off and then the skin is exposed. This guy's getting a little dry. It's a little bit harder to see. Some of this I've already got. Down here towards, yeah, here's a little bit more right in here. You can even split a little bit, separate a little bit more. You feel the need to. You know, you can tell when you got to split it a little bit more. You just get that extra. It's getting a little bit dry. Sorry about that. But you go ahead and just keep on getting the meat up that'll come. You know, it'll help control shrinkage a little bit, they say. Get all this meat off. On this side, this is the front of the lip, right below the nose. A lot of stuff here on the upper lip wants to come off. And it's coming. There we are. There's a whisker area. I can even feel the need to split a little bit. I can feel it on my other fingers when I'm getting at. There it goes. Right below the little whisker area. Just get this off as good as it wants to come. The preservative can take care of what you might not have been able to get off, as long as you got it pretty darn close, you know. Separate a little bit here. It just comes right off. And you just, there's a little excess that should have got trimmed off a long time ago. More. And we go here on this inside, you can see right here a lot of meat. And you just, right now is a good time to make sure your skin's separated like you want it. Get your excess meat off. Get this off. Comes right off. And if you got to trim any of the lip off, like some of this, I wait until I get him on the form so I can determine better, you know, how much of all this inside corner lip I want to get off. Just keep going around. Here's the bottom padding on the bottom part. On here I'll do just like a deer head. I'll do like a crosshatch pattern. I think I've scraped some with a knife, tried to get off what I could with a knife. But if there's extra, go ahead and get off what you can with your razor blade. I did work over with a knife though. Pretty good. Yep, I'll do a crosshatch pattern. What is, there's that padding material, and I'll run, you know, I want it deep enough where it'll penetrate, but I don't want to go through the skin. And you get good at judging like that, you know, after you get a little dexterity with a razor blade, I guess. But you can see I went, and then you go the other way. You just make a crosshatch pattern. I don't know if you can see it, and it's deep enough where it penetrates. And I try not to put a hole. I don't want to go too deep. I definitely want a good crosshatch pattern. And what it is, the preservative will penetrate, and you won't have a problem with getting down into that padding material. This is right on the chin. All have, deer have it, bobcats have it. It's that padding material. It's right there on the lower jaw area, right before you get to the lip. Like a little padding material. So that area, the dry preservative will penetrate, and everything will be good. I went all the way around. I can do a crosshatch pattern, or just keep an eye out where the whiskers are. I can see them. So I go right in front of them each row, and I can do a pretty good crosshatch pattern. On the whisker area, these are the big whiskers up front. They will pull out. There's one that pulled out. I'm accidentally cut through it. But yeah, you can get an idea where the whiskers are. You can definitely do your crosshatch pattern. It all will be good. Okay, got around the eyes. Actually done pretty good earlier when I fleshed him out. Now he's going in some camp fuel. I guess Coleman is best, but they've got a cheaper version, and I opted for that. And one might be good enough, but if not, I've got another one. And you can resave and you reuse this stuff. I've done it. I mean, it'll save you a trip going all the way to the store just for one thing, you know. And I know I've got like some ducks to do, so I may resave this. But that's for another day. But now I've got my Coyote, and it's probably not a bad idea to have the skin side out. And put him down in there, and it looks like it's a good thing. He's not completely submerged. I've got two, so I'm going to go ahead and use them. I'll probably put a rock on him and weigh him down. Okay, I got me a little rock here, completely submerged. Yeah, probably gonna let it sit no more than 30 minutes. You've got hair slippage to worry about and everything else, and you don't want to spend a whole lot of time degreasing, I guess you could say. Well, while I'm letting that coyote skin degrease in the camp fuel, I just figured I'd say the eye shape, it looks pretty good, I think. But not sure what happened there. Maybe I bumped it or something. But you got to figure there's going to be glue over that and everything. And main thing I'm worried about is the eye shape. I think it looks pretty good, so I can deal with that. I mean, I like to put them in the camp fuel, then wash them. I know there's excessive dirt, but at least it washes out a gassy smell or something a little bit better, maybe. That's the way I like to do things. Dry preservative, that's what I like to use. Make sure I get on the ears while it's good and wet. Make sure I get them good. And a lot of times I like to invert the ears. One of the first things I do, because especially if you don't know, how fresh he is, of course. I go ahead and get the face real good. Down in the whiskers, around the eyes. All this real good. This real good. Here real good. Get his body real good. Make sure it's down in the feet real good. All that padding and everything. While he's still damp, that dry preservative will stick like glue. So that's one less thing you got to worry about. And, get his legs real good. His body, whole 9 yards. Now we start inverting the guy. We just grab a leg and start pushing it through. I'll use gravity. I'll use everything at my disposal. I've even pushed with sharpening steels a little bit, so you can kind of let it maybe hang over a table. You got things you can do to get it to come out. Where I made the incision, let's grab some of that loose skin on the side where I made that bottom incision, and here the leg is out. Now all I got to do is push those claws back through. Here's the claws. There you go. But now we do all the other legs the same way. Yeah, I grabbed where part of that. Now sometimes, like on a bobcat, I'll get a little air in the leg, and then I'll close the air off and squeeze, and the air will actually, make the leg fill out faster than anything. You don't want to tug on the hair by any means, or the last thing you want to do, I mean. Here on the ears, I guess you could say the cartilage got a little hard. So I want to make sure I get that point, the point of the ear started as soon as I can, while inverting. And I've got it right here. There we are. Pretty sure that's it. I'm always worried about hair slippage, like on the ears. There we are. Okay, he's fully inverted. Now we got to bondo the ears. and start mounting this guy. And what I like to do, I just use cardboard. It's cheap and it's free. And I put out 2 separate ones, 2 equal parts, 2 equal ears. First thing I'll do is kind of eyeball. I'll look at the ear, try to estimate how much Bondo I think I need. You know, and then of course how thick and durable you want your ear, all that stuff, I guess. More, it applies to deer pretty good, I think. You Bondo the deer ears. I Bondo all my animals' ears. Even squirrels. Of course, we've got paper towels on hand. It's always a plus. Like, I tend to go into the mouth, either that or I have a real good long neck incision. As you can see, the ear exposes itself right there. And I don't have to actually reinvert the whole ear. You know, I can go about halfway, and then with the, you know, squeezing it, you know, I'll squeeze the Bondo the rest of the way. That way I don't have to worry about, you know, reinverting the ear and extra hair slippage and all that stuff. So I'll tend to, I might even put a few paper towels around the area to control the Bondo. It tends to want to, here's my ear, in case you can't see it. What you can see, here's the ear cartilage. And I'm about halfway in, and I can still see I can tuck that Bondo up in there. And as far as my hardener, I don't have to put a whole lot, so it gives me working time. That's what I've got. Perfect for howling. See how the top of the ear kind of dips down a little bit? So that's perfect for howling. If it wasn't howling, I'd probably worry less about the curvature of the upper part of the ear here. There's some of the extra Bondo that slipped out. There was some right there. It just came right out. Let's see what else we got here. Over there. Let's see what else we got. I really don't want to take a whole lot off. I don't want to destroy this right here. So I'm going to probably go right to the ear butt and probably leave the rest alone. You know, I can cut off the excess ear canal. That's about all I'm going to do. And go to about the ear butt. Here is my ear butt is. Yeah, my ear butt is right here. I'm not destroying any of that upper part of the ear, so I'm just going to destroy this right here. And probably right here, the ear butt. Whoa, I let that get good and hard, didn't I? Okay. I like that right there. I'm not even going to touch it. That's good enough for me. I didn't destroy all this up here. Now you do the other ear the same way. Okay, now you're going to get Bondo in places. Probably want to make sure it's off. You know, you don't want a big chunk of Bondo like under your eye or something. So I'll check everything. Now we do this ear the same way. You just, when you want the point where you can get to it, definitely. I can see the point, you know, point of the ear. And probably could go even a little further, right there. Right there, that's plenty of room for Bondo in. If I want the point, it's right there where I can just, you know, pull it out real quick. And then squeeze the Bondo in there. So yeah, just put Bondo on there and squeeze it in. Try to be as neat as possible. It's almost impossible not to get a little Bondo here and there. But just try to do the best you can. I might even tear off a couple of pieces to have them ready. It can actually help kind of protect a little bit. Eyeball the ear, put your Bondo on your cardboard. What you feel like is enough. Hold it until it dries. So, yeah, that's what we got going on here. hope I didn't put too much harder in its ear. It's acting pretty darn already ready, kind of acting, starting to stiffen up, in other words. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Now, of course, I got this ear ready so I can, pluck it through real quick. And this controls some of the bondo. But I didn't control or hit good. It'll work. It'll come off real easy. That's what I'm trying to get at. So we got bondo everywhere in there. We know it's in there. So just push it up in there. Real nice and good. Hopefully, we hope we got plenty of ample working time. And we should. What is that? Should have plenty of ample working time. We got some on this side. The way this goes, there's a little separation in the ear where it almost like two ears at the bottom, like towards the base. Just make sure you get bondo on both of those. It's like right here. So, okay, everything is there. Oh yeah. Oh, that was air. Okay. But don't let air confuse you because you think it's bondo and it's just air. So be careful of that. I think I've worked the air out of it. I think so. Yeah. There we are. I mean, it's good not to have a hole in your ear, but man, the air wants to get trapped in there a little bit. Sometimes if you got a little hole in your ear, it's actually almost a little beneficial because you can you just squeeze it out that way. But you squeeze the air bubble out through the hole. Or you can just work it out through the bottom. Just kind of track it and put it down. Okay, this here is going to be the same way. Bondo ought to set up faster on this one. Maybe not. The structure of the ear is made. Now it's just we don't want it rolling on the ends. It's real easy for these ears to do this stuff. We want it rolling on the ends. This one's not rolling on the ends. That's good. I want it to dip back a little. I don't want it, the very tip of the ear, you want it, this one I'm getting at is you don't want it like dipping down forwards. That don't look right. I just want to make sure it's a good looking ear. Do it the same way. That's good, as long as that bondo sets up pretty soon. And it's already starting. There we are. If not, I may have to add more right here in this area right there. I've done that before. It happens. But the way I cut the ears is kind of at an angle. I left the ear butt material, so I kind of went, not straight like that, but more like that. I wanted to leave all this. Truth be known, I could probably take a little bit more off the end here. But you get the idea. Well, here's what we got. We got this right here, and they look like from the back. And he's going to be howling. They're going to be up like this. And so make sure I got all my boner off the inside of the skin. So you don't have to worry about it while you're mounting. But Coyote I'm mounting, it's got rods. And so they're going to go through the bottom of the foot. I tend to cut through the padding area, but I don't know if it's necessarily towards the rear that I do it. A lot of times I go like towards the front a little bit with it. Needs a hole for the rod to go through. It don't have to be super big. Now you can put clay. I've done it that way too, where stick a little bit of clay down in there to work it in between the toes. Before you end up threading the legs on. This is probably a better way. Or you can shoot a little caulk up in there. I've done that too. Just get a little my caulking gun, and silicone's real good because it doesn't shrink. But even latex with silicone works pretty good. And I'll just put it like around the toe areas a little bit, because that's where the severe shrinkage is. I mean, you can tell when you don't use something down there because it'll fill up. Clay's pretty good though. I mean, I'm going to do that to all the feet. A little hole in the ends. Okay, you can rasp the corn down, for good pieces of adhesion. Also, and you use sandpaper too, but the head does not want to match up. So I'm going to have to rasp it down to get it to fit. Something I should have already done, but better late than never. Well, the best way to handle it is have it on the form. I can rasp that sucker down that way. It's coming. Probably should have already had this taken care of. Much better. Take any rough stuff off. I got a little sandpaper. Depending on what kind of fit it is and all that good stuff. A lot of times like for tucking and stuff, I'll dribble that out. I know a lot of times the skin does stretch though, like on there. I don't know if I'd go up through there, but like right here, I can tuck a little. Same with the other side. In case I need to tuck a little bit and need the room, then I've got me a good spot. Okay, I'm studying this. I know this front part, the front legs will go easy. I may have to detach the head. Basically, you disassemble the body a lot of times where it's been cut, and then just reassemble it. You got to do what you got to do. And right back here, I may have to cut one of these legs off because it may be the legs may be spread too far apart, so I may have to cut a leg off and then just re-glue it, or re-bond it. I mean, you've got options. Well, it looks like it'll fit. It's going to be tight a little bit, but it's going. Just got to feed it through. Now this other leg has to continue going. There we are. It'll fit, in other words. There you go. We went through. There's no surprise. There's also a tail that's got to go. Good thing is I can bend that tail and re-bend it back. see. Oh, I've been it too much. I didn't have to. There's the tail right there. There we are. That's all right. Trying to get it right back. I don't have to worry about the tail now. I use pins to hold things in place while I'm doing adjustments and what have you. I have something like this. I guess they call them a AWL. It's got like a point on them. You can get them at Walmart. You can get them from Taxidermy Supply Company. But they got a sharp point on them. They're good for pulling skin so you're not tugging on the hair and all that stuff. Or you can just use a pin. Depends on how loose the skin is or whatever. Go ahead and put the feet through the rod. I know they're supposed to go up pretty high. And, you know, we can put some clay in there before the thing's done. This is just so, plus when you put everything where it needs to be, that allows you maximum stretch. You know, if you need that stretch somewhere else, you've got it. And I guess that's a good way to put it. Use your hide paste or whatever. I've been using, I think you got to use Loctite. The other stuff is not, I don't think they make it anymore. The Killer Glue, which was always my favorite. They got stuff like Headlock, which is almost identical, same color and everything, same looking cans. Plastic little can things. Headlock may be really good. So, yeah, they no longer make Killer Glue. Just put pins wherever you need them. I may put one right here on the back of this tail. Now I'll put the front legs in and glue it in the middle, or Bondo it. Bondo is probably the best option. The reason I'm going to use Bondo because it's a little bit of an offset fit. In other words, form has to bend a little bit to fit into the base I already made for it. So I don't worry about things cracking and falling apart. I'm going to use Bondo and let it dry real good. In other words, it has to flex a little bit. It's not a perfect fit. Forgot to do my other foot that way. I forgot to tuck it in, you know, and go through the, I don't know, the foot. There you are, the paw. And here again, use either a awl or heck, even a good strong pin, you know. Is it quilter's pin? I guess that's what these are called. And they're stout. So that'll go like that. Yeah, you don't want the outside hair on the inside, or vice versa. You don't want the inside hair on the outside. And color-wise, it's not hard to find. It's not hard to find. You definitely want to keep something with a pointy end, and yeah, that's more like it. But you get the idea. Got a bunch of little holes in there, and I'm just gonna get some Bondo. But first, before I get the Bondo, I'm gonna probably get the front legs. Chances are it won't fit unless it's like a really loose fit. So I'm going to go ahead and disconnect it, get the front legs in, and probably take the head off and then put the head on last. So that over there, that over there. Let's see, that will go there. fix there, unfortunately. Not the best fit in the world, but it goes. Alright. So what I'm going to do is bundle this guy together, hold him together. Okay, I got my bundle again. I'm going to mix it up real good. I'm going to be a little careful with it if I can be. I didn't put a whole lot of hardener. Don't have to apparently today anyway, but gives me time to spread this stuff out, you know. So that's plenty on that side. We got plenty for the other side. We're going to match this thing up as good as we can. Right there. There we are. If you have any excess, and while you're holding it like this, you can always still get it off. No problem. Same thing on like the top of the head. Just jab you a bunch of Bondo holes. It's plenty right there. And you do the same thing to the foreign side. Well, hopefully I didn't do a wrong thing by connecting the lower jaw, but we're fixing to find out because I'm going to try to tuck it on through. I'm going to go through here. May help it out a little bit by grabbing the lower jaw. There's the upper jaw. There we are. Straighten everything up. I got lucky on that. Because a lot of times you have to get everything in place before you start assembling stuff. And that's what we've got right there. And that's not going to be so bad if it drops down, but it ain't going to drop much. Strategically place some pins, some good spots. But you know the drill. We're going to do just like we did on the other body. We're going to connect the whole thing together. Not sure if I got it. I probably did. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and bundle this just like we did this right here. We're going to go ahead and do that. And then fill up the gaps with clay. As far as hair positioning and body placement, you can't beat the cover of this. It shows exactly how everything goes. And it's also a good side view of like how the markings around the eyes go. Hair placement, everything. It's right there. And then here's my howling pose. So I've got everything I need as far as reference material. Yeah, a lot of times I'll put hide paste from about here on down. And I'll work it down the legs and everything. I can drop my cake downs when I'm getting out and put some hide paste on there. Okay, I'll just get me some clay and kind of go in between these, you know, filling in the gap, I guess you could say. And get you a little bit of water if you got to, smoothing it out real good. I'm gonna go ahead and tighten him down now. Probably should have done that first. And I pre-adjusted the Coyote. So I just want to make sure the washers are on there. In other words, there's nuts under there. A little bit of an off-kilter fit, so it's giving me a little bit of trouble. That one's gone. You have to lift the front end right here. There we are. There we are. Now, I got those. I still got to do the front. Yeah, that washer will never show once the feet are down where they need to be. So I got to do the front the same way. Okay, let's see, we got one there, and we got one here. There we are. Oh yeah, while I'm working on other stuff, it doesn't hurt to kind of like maybe put a bag or something over its head, because wind will really dry something out, and I don't want my eyes dried and my lips too dry or anything. Just makes things a little bit more complicated. So a lot of times I keep things a little damp, I'll put a bag over. Of course, when it comes to tucking, if the lips are a little bit dry, it seems like it helps with the tucking, but other than that, you don't want things to get too dry. Definitely don't want the eyelids to get dry. Put some glue down there. I think I'll put them all over there, all over this. Put some in the hole here. Pretty much as far as it needs to go. A couple of washers. See, I already got the washers on top above the nut, and so I'm going to go up underneath with some more washers and another nut. It just helps it clamp down to that wood, and that wood is kind of fibrous anyway. It's particles, so it'll get a better bite with it'll get a more even bite, more of a bite. Instead of just using a nut, you're using a washer, which pretty much means you're getting the bite of this much instead of the width of the nut. So you've got a washer and a nut. Tighten it down as good as you can with your hand, then you can go back with a wrench. And you do this one the same way. After I tighten this up, it'll pull that one down a little bit, and I'll be able to put a nut on it. Probably won't need it, but if you do, you can get a wrench on the top one. So you can have a good, secure base. I don't want a tight fit. I'd rather have a little bit of a loose fit. I'd rather have a loose fit on the face, and if need be, a tight fit on the neck or on the back or something. In other words, I'm going to pull the skin up. Don't want to do that. That wasn't smart. It's the pin. It's got something on it. Now what I'm trying to do, I'd rather have a loose fit than a tight fit. But I want to make sure I have enough skin to do the job. I'd rather have plenty of loose skin up here than super tight skin, that's for sure. And I can look at a howling coyote to see where hair placement is, to see if I need to pull up any more skin. Don't want to make him look like he's had a facelift or something, you know, with everything kind of like pulling back real tight. Yeah, here I've even got a rear view, kind of like shows you where hair placement is. So it lets me kind of get everything where it needs to be as far as hair and everything. Yeah, it looks like right above the shoulder, oops, right above the shoulder, it's like a streak of hair here. Let's see. What I'm doing is balancing the coloration out on both sides. This right here is the same on the other side. There's something right here that's the same on the other side. So I'm just trying to kind of line everything up. I've got plenty of loose skin for the head, so I can take care of the body if I wanted to right now, which I may do. Yeah, there's even this right here, and I probably don't want it like real stretched out looking either. So I'll pull it. According to my reference picture, there is a little bit of a, I don't know what you call it, but because he's up and howling, yeah, that it isn't like as forward as much as it would be if his head was down. In other words, that right there, kind of like bobcat's got it, like right there, a little tuft of hair that kind of sticks out on the side. Well, the fact that he's howling, it's not going to do that, but it's still, you know, present right there. You can see it just a little bit. Whereas I don't want him to look like he's stretching, or like he's been stretched or anything. I want him to look as natural as possible. I just want him anatomically correct, and I'm using reference pictures for hair placement where the hair is going to be. And this and the hide paste will help hold everything in place. Yeah, mainly the body and like the upper part of the legs. That's where I done it. Yeah, this even shows how the hair on the rump looks. Well, now's a good time to put a little caulk in the feet. And I just kind of guesstimate. Okay. Just kind of guesstimate, try not to put too much, I guess, but a little bit of guessing down there. Good thing is that it's got silicone in it, though. There's caulk, latex caulk with silicone, so it's not going to shrink all that bad, which is another good thing. I could have easily used clay and put clay down in there, and I would have wanted it to been kind of really soft, you know, so you could, you know, bend it around and do what you need to do. Okay, now as far as these, I'm going to sew this, but I have used, you know, like put my Loctite, my head lock, or, well, I got some killer glue left. But it's a 2-part epoxy, it's a glue, and it gets hard, but what I'll do is I'll put a strip of it down through here, and then I'll just pin it together all the way down. With little pins, you know, with the little yellow heads on them. And, yeah, like these. And just pin them all the way down the bottom, and then let it dry that way. Pull them out, and it's not even sewn. You don't have to worry about sewing so much. Got a little piece of cardboard, cut it out of a cardboard box that I've been using, and I just folded the ends in, and this is what I got. Now it's not going to run all over the place. And this is what I got left of my killer glue. This is a 2-part epoxy. This is the gray stuff. Now here's the yellow stuff. Try to even it out as much as you can, as good as possible. And you mix the stuff up together. Now here they're not making this anymore, so you've got headlock. And there may be other stuff on the market. It's great for dry preserved skin. There's a lot of glues out there that aren't made for dry preserved skin. And the skin won't even stick to it. It's like some of your tan skins, you know, they're so soft and they got a lot of moisture in them and stuff. And glues like this don't hardly do much for it. I just get glue and use something. Use anything you got on hand. Put a good amount on relatively both sides of it. Easily use like a screwdriver or something to do this, or a popsicle stick or something. It just so happens I was in the, I guess, in the mood to use this. Okay. At least I know what's going on there, right? And you just go around, grab your pins, you just pin it together. And it's on the glue, so it's going to be hid very well. Try to center it as good as you can. As long as you're in the glue, it's going to hold. You can even use that crease in the mold, you know, from where the form was made. You can use that as a center line. I do that a lot. Yeah, I can even cinch it together, use 2 pins. Make sure everything is cinched together real good. It's together. Yeah, that's where the... Yeah, it's together good. Yep. Hopefully you got it. I may have been in the picture, who knows. But yeah, there's some glue. I got the 2-part epoxy glue up through there, and then I just got some pins. Kind of mesh the skin together and holding it. And after he's completely dry, when you're ready to finish him out, that's when you take him out. So you can sew, pin with glue, or even use the little pins and just bury them down into there if they're short enough. Okay, I got the other one pinned the rest of the way. Of course, when you use the other pins, you know, the pins that aren't going to come out, make sure you get all those pins. I had pins holding the skin back, keeping it from closing together while I put the glue. I forgot to take them out when I started putting the pins in, but you get the idea. You want to cinch it up with those pins and pin them in and just leave them in there. They're so small and there's so much hair back there that it'll never going to show anyway. Foot shrinkage seems to really do help. You definitely want realistic looking feet, and sometimes that's a challenge for a lot of people, is getting those realistic looking feet. Even throw some pins down into the wood a little bit to keep some of these things together, some of these feet together, some of these toes or whatever. They can take a little bit of a pin into them and it won't hurt anything. kind of keep the toes from separating a little bit maybe. The padding is on the bottom. I kind of want those toenails towards the bottom a little bit. There we are. That's what we got. Toenails on the bottom, padding on the bottom. That looks like a good foot right there. At least from the front side it did. All this is going to be drawn up, so that's what we got. That's going to be drawn up. It's going to look a lot better. Working as they dry. Now, I don't know if you notice, you see it right there, that little, it's like a little bit of padding or whatever. And it's usually black. It's just got a lot of preservative and whatever. Actually, when I made my incision, I cut straight through the middle of that. I just glued it back together with a little super glue. Okay, I got those finally glued. And I'll show you what we do next. Okay, I usually like use clay as far as like building up like the base of the tail. You know, you can use a straight wire like on a bobcat or something. And it's not even noticeable. But on like a coyote, I like to give it a little bit of body. Save the original tail for like reference. But it doesn't have to be near as thick, really, as like, you know, just build something up. You know, kind of like a turkey leg, how you don't always have to make it as thick as what it actually was, just as long as you've got a little bit of body there. So I'm thinking I could probably even get away with a little bit of necking material or something. And then kind of like whittle it down. But I think I could use polyfill and wrap it with string. But I think I've got an idea. I got some pins holding open the tail hole a little bit for a little bit easier access with some T-pins. For the base, that's a pretty close match. So this, I'll probably use this to start with. Might use some necking material, wrap it with string just to kind of round it out a little bit. Well, I dremeled out a hole, well, about as far as I could go. And it should be good enough. I'm going to try to center it on the wire. And success. Super glue is real good for holding this stuff. But I got so much of this glue left, I might as well put it to good use. Just put some on the wire and use it as something that the, you know, the necking material can adhere to. I mean, can't hurt. I'll just slide it on down and make sure that it's, here we are. There's the start. Next piece is this piece. Here again, I centered it as good as possible. Save some of that glue put up here. There we are. Now we got this piece, and that'll probably be impossible. I may cut down the side of it and then try to just sleeve it on, and then wrap the rest of it with string, and we've got it. And we didn't have to worry about using clay or anything. Yeah, I've cut almost through, all the way through, but not quite. And what that does is ensure that I'll be able to Just wrap it over. About the length of that. You know, even the wire in the middle probably adds a little thickness. The wire and the, of course, drumming the hole out probably didn't do much for it, so that way. Then down. And I'm just going to try to kind of super glue it a little bit. I guess I could do a little bit of whittling and try to flush things up like on this tail here. Although it's a perfect match down close to the body. So I'm not going to really be needing to do this any. But there you go. I'd rather undersize something a little bit. Have a lot less hassle. And we get some string and just wrap it up and try to smoothen it out a little bit where it looks really good. Oh, and I got it butted up right up against the body. So, you know, it's not sticking out so there's no gap. Tape might have been a little easier, but you know, I got a little string and I'm just wrapping a little string, trying to wrap it. I may use tape yet. I mean, it's a possibility. So we already know the base of it, pretty much the back part of the tail, it's a perfect fit. We already know that. We're just trying to flush it out a little bit. Put my string in a little bucket so it doesn't go tumbling everywhere. Seems to help. There we are. I'm going to get a couple of my small little pins, put on the base of the tail so it don't, you know, wiggle around so much. And then just push those in. Well, I've got some old tape that I'll never use, so I figure if I'm going to use it, now's a good time to use it. It's just regular, well, it's 3M brand, but it's like gauze tape. I think that's about as far as I need to go with this. Let's see. I could actually go a hair bit farther. I'm going to get too carried away. I think that's more than good enough right there. This should be able to smoothen out some of the bumps, you know, that I've had in the, you know, it should help dramatically, let's put it that way. Now, I know that I got all the way down to the end, I think. I made it to the very end. I wish I wouldn't have done that. It gave me something for the tail to kind of hung on to, but I'm pretty sure I got pretty much all the way to the end with this thing. And I did. But if I can zap-a-gap it and be real neat with it, then it saves me from having to do a lot of sewing. And for me, that's even better. I'm going to try to thread this thing on right. I got my zap-a-gap. Try to be real neat with it and go down one side of it. Clamp it together. And we know what skin does when it connects. The thing of it is we want this tail to be perfectly aligned too. I know the black rides right on top. What I'm getting at is when you super glue the tail together, what's going to happen is you want it in the middle, in other words, because some of the super glue is going to touch the tail. I mean, touch the wire. And so however the tail is how it's going to be, is what I'm getting at. I'm going to try to line everything up. There we go. You put a little drop of super glue, keep connecting, another drop of super glue, connect, another drop of the super glue, connect. Okay, I got it in there. That's pretty far. And almost to the bottom. I like the way that tail is. That just looks so natural. They do it so much. I know the feet look a little bit puffy, but I know they'll shrink down. You know, at least a little bit. I notice like color patterns, like there's like common on coyotes. Reference pictures show all this, even the color patterns. There's one that comes off like above the shoulder. There's another one that comes off like right here in the back, kind of off the shoulder, and the front, I guess you could say, third of the body, kind of like behind the shoulders. It kind of comes around like a little bit of a, I don't know what you call it, but there's a coloration. And you match that on both sides, and there's even some more colors that kind of match up. And I try to do that. It just makes for a more realistic mount. Okay, I've got a big old bullet hole here, and I like to wet the hair around it so I can see what's going on. Kind of helps me know what's going on, where the hole is. You know, that's a big one. It goes all the way down here. And I get my pin pusher, and I start cinching things up. I know one side has a lot more slack than the other. The side with all the slack is the side I'm going to pull about right here. My pin pusher doesn't go all the way in, but it will push them in a little bit. And but that's good because it lets me know where my pins are and where they're not. You know, if you push them all in as you go, it can create a little bit of a issue there. And of course I want to be neat as possible with it. I don't want to, if you got any hide paste or whatever, make sure it's not there so you can pin, and plus you have to get it out of your hair and all that stuff with a little bit of water. So that's if you already got hide paste in that area where your bullet hole is. Just something else to consider. And you may, I've showed it on deer, but a lot of times you got to kind of like cut some of the excess meat off just to make it so it's easier on you, so you can cinch it back together without having like little bits of skin, you know, that's longer than other pieces that you got to deal with, and all that can be a little bit of an aggravation. But I'm going about 1/4 inch apart, somewhere in that range, maybe less, maybe a little around 1/4 inch or less apart, just trying to do a real good job pinning. Now the good thing about these coyotes is they've got a lot of hair, so you can cover up a lot of mistakes that way. Because the hair, you know, when it fluffs up with a blow dryer and all that stuff, you're not going to be able to see a lot of this. So that's the good part. It's getting a little tight there. Let's see. I'm going in between these two right here. Sometimes I'll get the farthest part that's farthest away, and I'll pull it in. Let's see, yeah, it'd be about right here. It gives me an idea kind of what's going on. There we are. And then you just kind of close it up. You do the other side the same way, and you on the other side you kind of butt it up against the hole, or you butt the other side up against this side, and your hole is gone. And you just push all your pins in. So that's how you do that. Sometimes you can put everything back, like a jigsaw puzzle even. Like there's a little bit of loose skin right here. And it actually goes up. And I think it goes in between right in there. But to be honest with you, you've got enough skin to work with. You can get this part that's a little bit odd and cut it off. Get out of your way here and just go straight in. Let's see, that one is in. And see how neat that is? And it's that easy. See, here's another place. It's a little bit off center, I guess. You go right here, and okay. Main thing, it cinches up. Should cinch up pretty nicely. And it shouldn't be all that noticeable, if it even is noticeable, when we get her all together. And this is what we got so far. Again, it's so soft, I can use just use my fingers and still keeping up with, you know, going about a quarter of an inch apart or less. We put another one right there. And then we push all this together. Well, let's see, let me go up a little further, like right there with that. Yeah, it'll work. As long as it cinches together, there's so much hair. A quarter of an inch apart. There's one. Let's see, here's another one. Let's see. One right there. Okay, that's all on one side. Probably good for you to see the pins anyway. Probably actually closer than a quarter of an inch. Now, this side will butt up against this side and you'll, just like with any kind of pinning. Get the corner of that, push up, and my first hole. Now we just cinch him up. He should come together nicely. I got plenty of room on this side so far. I'll show you what it looks like when I'm done. Got it completely pinned. Now all we gotta do is bury the head, which is no problem on an animal with big, long, shaggy hair like this. You just push them in, and you can even, a lot of times I'll make sure there's no hair that'll get under the head per se, or, you know, not a lot, but, you know, you can't keep every little piece, but sometimes it can help on an animal that doesn't have like a lot of hair. You know, you can kind of help guide some of the hair away from being covered a little bit. But you just push them in like so forth, and kind of helps a little bit to hide it. Just make sure the hair is not all buried up under the, you know, under the head of the needle, I guess is what I'm getting at. Well, that's what it looks like right now, but after all this hair gets all blow dried up and going right up against it, you're not going to be able to notice it much. It's just everything is flat on it. But you figure all the hair around it, all up and fluffy, you won't even notice it. On a deer, you know, as flat-haired as they are, I'd screen it even, kind of help out. Remember the gaps we put when we dremeled? I use something like a screwdriver or something, or a tucking tool. Is what you're supposed to use. And I tuck the skin up in there. What we're going to do now is take the skin off the, not take it off, but like roll it back. And I've already stretched the skin, you know, I do deer and everything that way. A lot of times you can get a lot of stretch by stretching the skin out if you think it's going to be a little bit tight. And I'll do that. So I stretched it sideways, pulled on the nose some, pulled sideways like this, pulled on the bottom lip a little, just to get all the stretch I could into it. Plus you got pins that'll help you stretch. Sometimes you can use T-pins to get that extra little bit of stretch you need, like if you're gluing. Like the eye to nose doesn't match up exact here, but I'm pretty confident I can get it and still do everything else. It's just I'm gonna have to do a little bit of pulling with T-pins to get it to kind of fit. The eye to nose on the animal, in other words, was not quite as big. And I did leave a little cartilage. You know, I didn't want to destroy all the inner nostril or anything. And it's hard for me to change. I know they've got new forms out there, new mounting systems, all this stuff. But I just know like a basic way. And I get the job done, and I'm content with it. What I'll do is get a brush and get any extra I may not have got. You know, dry preserve that comes off the skin, and it'll have a tendency to get inside the eyes for sure. And around here and around there. And what I want to do is just like on the body, fill in and smoothing some of these gaps with clay. And I'll do that here in just a little bit. Now to keep things back far enough, like here above the eyes, I'll grab some pins and go in with them so they keep the skin from raveling forwards. And that's a big help. Here where I glued the jaw on, I want to cover that with clay, so I'll put another pin here. Same with the other side. Back where the clay was done. And I'll put a pin there. Don't worry about putting the tongue on because I'm going to be tucking. But I showed you the open mouth, kind of like the directions. It's on a sheet of paper that I've saved, and it come out of a taxidermy catalog. Well, they had glued the mouth in for just a regular open mouth. Of course, with this howling, I had to do a little bit more dremeling on the bottom and the top, because on a howling, just these two basically show, just these two right here. Everything else is just kind of submerged under the side of the lip and like the bottom of the lip. So just keep that in mind. That's one reason why it was the way it was. Okay. Made few little mistakes with when I was cutting him with my hacksaw. Let's see, there's one. Let's see. I just want to smooth everything off. Smooth everything off. Get a little bit of water if you need it. This is relatively creamy stuff, so I'm pretty good with it. Now, as far as the eyes, I used critter clay. And you know, you can get cheap local clay, but no, not as much shrinkage with the critter clay. Plus I put something over it to kind of seal it a little bit. I think I put contact cement. You can use anything, just to, nothing worse than working on something and then find out your eyelid fell out or something and you got to resculpt and all that stuff. So I'm not a big fan of that, you know. And even right here, it's probably not super important, but there's a little line where I guess where a person could super glue the other nose. It even leaves a little bit of something, like a little bit of a gap there. Well, you can take care of it too. Just put your little clay in there, and but it's a tight fit, so it's not gonna matter a whole lot right there, I don't think, but just any of the places where you think you need it. And we're gonna have some glue on here anyway, but just fix things up. I don't know if you can tell it, but there's like a very slight little bit of a, you could see it more if I was right on the side, but the way the camera is, I'm not going to be able to get it too good. But that's it right there. Actually took some of it back off. Okay. That's it right there. A little bit on the other side, the same thing on the other side. Just kind of a little bit there. That looks good. Okay, now I get my 2-part epoxy, in this case killer glue, which they don't make anymore. I've got very little left, but headlock I think is what they got now. They may have some other stuff out there, but you know the drill. I just get 2 equal parts and I put it in a little piece of cardboard that I've kind of bent up the lip so it doesn't spill out. And I like to mix a little at a time, even on my dare heads. You know, I know how many steps I can take with it before it starts to get hard. And that way I don't have to worry about wasting any, and I can take my time and do it right. So I like to mix a little at a time as I go, because it starts getting hard. You got plenty of working time, but it will start getting hard on you if you try to do too much at once. Okay, I got my 2-part epoxy made up, or mixed together. And I've got a brush. I've used little screwdriver tips. It's what I used to use for a long time. But even a little brush, I mean, they're expendable. They're, you know, they're not expensive is what I'm getting at. You know, if you get the cheap ones, they're not expensive. And I know the eyebrows are going to go there. You can use a little brush. It just seems like things are a little bit more smooth flowing, I guess. And but I've used everything from modeling tools to little screwdrivers just to get my glue where it needs to go. But this is kind of like detail work, so a brush is not a bad idea. You know, a small brush. So just whatever you have on hand to apply it with is good. try not to get on the eye as much as possible. Although it's going to happen. Good thing about the brush, you can kind of move it, kind of roll it a little bit as you're going, and get really close to that eyelid. And that kind of helps. Helps you get it where you know it needs to go. Although I tend to get on the eyelid almost every time, I just get it all over the eye, but I don't worry about it. As long as I can see good enough to know I'm placing the eyelid where it needs to go, then I'm good. And usually, see, I got a little right there, I'm not even worried about it. Usually I'm definitely not this neat with it. Plus when you put the skin over, it's going to push it down a little anyway. Well, kind of got that. I just go a lot of places that are indented. There's like a little bit of a cheekbone here that shows up. I get up under there. All this right in here. Pretty much everything. If anything, that'll keep the glue from drying. This stuff really wants to dry pretty quick. Under the eyes, right in here real good. Any place that's indented really good is I definitely want to make sure there's some there. Yeah, you can cover the whole thing as far as that goes, you know, no problem. Let's see, right here in the nose. or around the nose, I should say. You see right on the end of the nose, even down in the nostrils a little. You want that perfect round nostril hole, you know. Just like a Coyote's got. Well, looks like I'm going to have to mix some more because I actually don't have enough. But just takes a second and no biggie. Just takes a second. Okay, we got more of my glue mixed up, and I know the inside lip, you know, the inside corner of the lip, I've got a whole bunch of skin there, and so I'll put a lot of glue back in there. Of course, I'll go all the way around the inside. I like to do it that way. That way that skin, when you tuck it up in there, it's not going to ravel back out, is what I'm getting at. But even if it did, you know, ravel out a little bit, you've got epoxy sculpt to work with. And it's, you know, kind of blend it in and build it up. So you've got ways to do stuff there. It's going to be a little tight on the inside corner on one side. Tooth's a little close. I should have maybe dremeled it out a little bit more, but I think I can make it work. Should be able to. And so I'm just getting up underneath, making sure I've got plenty up in there, depending on how much skin I've got, you know. I try not to get it on the teeth. Try to be a little neat with it, but easier said than done. Especially when I got a little bit tight on this side. Didn't mean to get that tight. But I did. But there's a gap between the teeth, and I think you know what I'm talking about. In other words, I tried to make a gap all the way around so I wouldn't run into complications, but sometimes I'll fall a little short doing that and still run into complications because I didn't do it good enough. And then this is a case where I didn't allow enough gappage, I think. But when it tucks, it's not going to come back out because it's going to be wedged up against that tooth a little bit, I guess. But Feel free to put that glue as far back as you think the inside lips are going to be. And it's probably going to be back pretty far, if I remember correctly. And I keep getting this stuff on the teeth. It takes a little bit of a steady hand to make sure you don't get any on the teeth. I'll save you from cleanup work later if you're like super neat with it. Easier said than done though. But you just go all the way around inside corner, down as far as you think you need to, as far as the lip is. It's going to run down a little bit too. This stuff's a little bit sticky, is what I'm getting at. A little bit runny. There we are. Plenty in there. Okay. That's plenty. That's plenty enough that it's not gonna want to come out, that's for sure. You can see this side a little bit better. But you can see what I'm doing. I know there's a lot of that inside corner of that lip. Some of it you can still cut if it's like too much and it gets in the way. Go ahead and cut it. I mean, nobody's going to look. Plus there's going to be a tongue in there. Nobody's going to be looking all the way down the throat area. So just make sure I got a healthy amount of glue. All the way around. Well, it's hard not to do without getting some on those teeth, looks like. Now here in the front, I don't have a whole lot of gum left. I could have done a better job skinning out to leave a little bit, you know, get right below the gum of the teeth, and that would have allowed me a little bit more tucking. Maybe. But we can still make it work anyway. Epoxy Sculpt is your friend, and it takes care of things like that. If you fall a little bit short. But yeah, just remember that on open mouths, you want all that lip and maybe even a little bit some for like tucking. Comes in handy. Yep, I'm close all the way around here. That could be a problem. I mean, not really, because what's going to happen, skin will tuck in there and it won't be able to come out. But I got a little bit of glue in there anyway. Plus you let it run down, it'll thin out a little. And that's enough to ensure that it's not going to go anywhere right there. Let's see. Here we are. Plenty. And so I got it all the way around by the teeth, everything. And now I want to go ahead and go on the outside. So you've got lip, you've got that lower lip, and you want it to kind of balance and stay in a certain area. I guess what I'm saying. So you cover the top. let's see, down through here. Well, some people use this all over the body. In that case, once you get the timing down, like how fast you are and how much glue you need to make up at one time, that helps a lot. Yeah, like even if you're working on like the body and stuff, so keep that in mind. Same on this side, you go all the way around. All the way around. And our goal is to replicate what we've done as far as the sculpting of the eyes and stuff. Just put it back like it was. Like they say, the eyes are the mirror to the soul. Like on a picture or something. Well, it's that way on your mounts too. If you can get it looking fairly good, you've got a good mount. Without it, you might have people try to critique your work, is what I'm getting at. Well, that goes for deer heads or, you know, anything else you do for that matter. Do the upper mouth the same way. We get on the inside corner. Then get on this side. Okay. That's the inside corner. All the way around. And the outside corner. Okay, let's see. Yeah, not only am I getting the inside corner, but I'm trying to, here, let me go down with it a little bit so you can see what's going on. We can sort of see what's going on. I'm just making sure that glue is all the way around like I think it needs to be. Plus, when you put your skin up in there, it's gonna flatten it out anyway, so that'll help. Yeah, it's real important you get it everywhere in there, so everywhere it needs to be, I mean, you know, so some people will put it on the skin and not worry about it. That may be a better option. I mean, there's different ways to do it. I've been doing it this way, and it just seems to work okay for me. That way it's not super messy or anything, but they say it sticks better even a little bit if you put it to the skin first, like say like if you use it around the eyes, and that's possible. I mean, I guess it goes with a lot of adhesives as far as that goes. I don't know. That's just what I've been told. Okay, a little bit under here. I'll put what I can right there. Got a little already there. Okay. right in there. Do that on both sides. You want it right in there. Okay, and got some on the lower neck already. Okay, go a little on the outer snout here. Even on the outside helps. We can do the whole face actually. There we go. These pins that were holding everything, they can come out now. Probably going to go ahead and do the eyes first. It's the most crucial. And so I'll probably do the eyes first. I guess you could sort of pin things in place to kind of keep things going like how they need to be. I'll just use a couple of pieces of wire for like the nose to kind of keep things where I know they need to be. Let's see. There we are. You can't go too deep because you got teeth up there. So you're basically going to bump right up against the teeth. So I just figured I'd warn you there. Got another kind of pre-cut one. Find the other nostril. I think that's it. That's as far as they're going to go. But that's okay. They don't have to go that far. In other words, probably the gum line. Probably the gum they're hitting. Probably. Or something like that. Okay. It's going to fit real nice. To ensure that it does, I may even put some pins in to kind of reinforce it. Let's see. Let's see, the center line. The form will help you out right here too. You've got a center line. The center line on the form, I always use it. It never lies to me. A lot of times I'll even darken it in with like a marker. I do it on my deer. There it is, right there. And there. We've got an inside corner of the eye that I did mark with a marker. This is going to be a stretch, I believe. I find the inside corner. Okay, I found it. I go to the inside corner of the eye on the form. That's about right there. There's the inside corner right there. Oh, it's a tight fit, but it goes. You can see where I made the mark there in the inside corner of the eye. You can just see it barely. And, well, so what I'm doing is finding the center of the tear duct. You can see the marks that I made barely, but you can see them in there. You know, I made them with my Sharpie pen. inside corner. Ugh. Inside corner is right there. That should be it right there. It should be the same as the other side. I think I'm pretty close. But you kind of get what I did. I'm sorry. It's a little bit shaky. But we'll get it from the front and let you see what it looks like from the side. It's all about the shape of the eye and stuff like that. That's what I'm concerned about. Could be wrong. It's tighter on this side than it is the other, which is odd. Now I use the exact same reference picture that I used to sculpt the eyes. I use it again. I pay attention to hair colorations where everything matters. The hair patches around the head, realism of him. Like there's some streaks that come off his upper eyebrow where it meets his lower eyelid, the upper eyelid where it meets the lower eyelid. There's a black streak there. You want it to be... I guess bobcats even have it too. And there's a little bit of a cheekbone here, so I'll mash in. Make sure that's good and in real good. I'll use pins to put that in. It's all the little stuff adds to the realism. You know, cheekbones, you name it, stuff like that. Deer have them. Coyote's got them. It just makes a difference. Notice the hair color patches above the eye. There's like a little bit of a hair color patch. I got the same on both sides. I got that even. It's just some right in here are not so even. But we're working on it. Hair colorations means a lot. And then we'll get to tucking the skin. Okay, now that I got the eyes done, I'm going to go to a howling pose. Or maybe an open mouth pose for the tucking and stuff. What I meant to say, reference picture. I'm sorry. Reference picture of howling. Some open mouth to get an idea what it looks like. I guess a good thing to do for starters is go ahead and start like the inside corner of the mouth. I can tuck that stuff back pretty darn far. It needs to go back anyway. Starting to get hard on me, which I knew it would. Here's the skin. Wow, there it is. Those little risings right there, they go right there behind the teeth. And just kind of put everything in place here. Not a lot of clearance, but it's going to work. And this doesn't need to be in there right now. Make sure that's centered pretty good. That rides right there. For some reason it's wanting to stick, but what it does, it's supposed to go down like that. I know from experience there's like a little ridge line, you can see it, of like little risings. I don't know what you call it. You want that up on top. Yeah, you want it straight up. Those little ridge lines or whatever, that's them right there. But now we want to make sure the center of the mouth is where the center. There's little bits of hair there that sticks out. It needs to be correct too, so we're not done as far as anatomical accuracy goes. But now this goes. This is just like getting us in the ballpark. Then we can make our adjustments. That goes there, behind the tooth. That fit pretty good. Let's see. This got to go behind the teeth. Okay, there we are. See? It's pretty darn close. Already it's close, which is a good sign. This side over here, You want it to, goes right behind there, right behind here, right behind there. I'm a little excited because it's coming together. But I think these need to get lift up a little bit. That may be due to tightness, but let me see. Reference pictures, in other words, is what I gotta look at. Well, I figure it's better to show you from the side. Looks like in this picture, that stuff, or whatever, that dark coloration comes off the top snout. So that's kind of how it needs to be. So in other words, it's a way bit too far down. This stuff right here is supposed to be straight up. So as long as it's straight up, I'm good. It's straight up right there. Straight up. Almost don't have to put any pins. That's unbelievable. The main thing is this goes down. So that needs to be like that. We need to put a pin up top even to sort of just keep everything the way it needs to be. There. Okay, it bends around a little bit. It needs to come up right in here. Yeah, back to this. I almost forgot what I was doing here. Okay, that rides. You want this all to ride up on top. Basically all I'm doing, it's tucked down deep enough. I just so it don't curl up on the ends and goes into that glue we put. I put a pin in it like that. Don't want to go deep at all because it's very thin right there. Remember, we got glue in there for a reason, and we want it to do its job. We got to worry about symmetry. Everything, we want it to line up right. Sometimes I use needle nose pliers to get right on the end. Well, let me do one thing at a time. Okay, we're still worried about this. I want this lip to be up on top. And after the glue dries, I may work on peeling it up a little bit. This goes, there's the upper lip. Okay, it's in. Okay, it's in the form actually, on the very top. Now we just, boy, a short pin would be great for that. Yeah, you can bend these pins too to get them to do what you want them to do. And it'll hold. Yeah, right here, so it bends around before it comes up. This is kind of just not doing it. But that's no biggie. See, I can work with pins and stuff and get it to do what it's got to do. I want it to bow around, and yeah, this has got to go up. Yeah, right there. More of a howling posture that way. So I want this right there. This goes okay. Now this one may need to come out and go back in. Let's see. Okay. There we are. That looks pretty good. That's more like a howl. It's not perfect. But to be honest with you, the mouth is not wide enough. So that's pretty close. That's what we're going to deal with. Everything else, the glue ought to hold it really good. Okay, the inside corner of the lips, you know how they go all the way back here between the upper and lower mouth. I go ahead and just put a pin in to sort of hold everything. Once the glue takes hold and dries, everything will be great. If you look on the inside corner of the mouth, I think you can see it just barely. But what I do is I grab my pin right on the end, and we already put glue back in there. So I'll just hold it, go into the form. I'll kind of hold everything. That's all we're doing is inside inner lip stuff. And we're going to go all the way around the bottom and the top that way. Now it'll take probably multiple pins in the inside corner of the mouth. What it's going to do is you don't have to do any work later as far as trying to cut stuff out and rebuild it up with epoxy sculpt and all that stuff, because it'll all be tucked in nice and holding well. Make sure it's in there good, and it is. Tucking tool is real good about now. But all this has got to be put in before that glue dries. And when I have to use hemostats or something like that, then I've got them on hand. Okay, we got the upper to do. You can see a little bit on this side. Well, small price to pay as far as pins. But yeah, do the same on the bottom as I did on the top. There. I'll let you get the idea. Now, these are a little bit more bigger, heavier duty pin. Just make sure it skins all the way up as high as it'll go, and get me a good little pin, okay, there we are. Wow. And you just keep going up through there like that. Now you can always bend them back, but it will make them, well, it'll make them weaker. But you can still get more usage out of them. But, let's see, go to my next one here. Yeah, about right there is a good spot. All I want to really do is just poke through the form a little bit. But you're also going to go through that tough lip, tough skin. Alright, that's good right there. Probably goes without saying, working from the back to the front, it'd be a lot easier as far as all the pins. Okay, as far as up front here, let's see what we got here. Alright, it's in. Okay, right here we've got, that needs to go in. There we are. Yeah, as far as the upper lip, as far as it's sticking out, it's almost good enough the way it is. Just on the inside, you know, that's all I want. Probably if it was kind of even flat, it'd be good enough. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just tuck it out aside a little bit, because that's going to look good. Little lip hanging out right here. There. Oh, something else I failed to mention. This book is like really some good reading also. Just something to check out. It's all about the coyote. Well, according to this reference picture, the ears are pretty close. The top of the ear, the end of the ear, and the nose, and the top of the eye seems like they're all pretty level. There we are. That's it. You can also tweak it as it dries. Kind of like deer ears. You can move them a little bit for a few days. So, yeah, I've kind of got my eye on it. Okay, now we're going to pin him up the back. I guess you could sew him. I've gotten used to pinning, especially if it's like a tough skin or something. And use a brush or something to get everything out of the way as far as just make you a nice little entrance way. Try to separate the hair as much as possible and only go up so far at a time. I mean, here we are. And make sure I don't put no hide paste up here, because then you got to try to get it out of the hair, and you don't know the condition of the specimen and all that stuff. Yeah, I like using the center line of the form. It's real noticeable on this one. But if, say, it wasn't, I mean, I can see it. I don't know if you can see it on the camera. But if it wasn't, you get just a black Sharpie pen and make a line right along the crease of the form where the two molds went together. A lot of times it's centered perfectly. And I use it as reference even, you know, for centering when I'm doing work on the head. As you've noticed a little bit, you know, like, you know, the center of the form, the center of the head, and the center of the body. I mean, you got your crease, that's where I do my pinning, right there on that crease all the way up. And I know it's centered good. Yeah, and I just try to do a good, even job on both sides. There's even like a hair pattern along the back you can kind of go by to kind of help you out as far as, you know, how he's supposed to be. You know, the hair patterns. And so I go right along that crease along the form. Just keep putting my pins in. Probably a little less than 1/4 of an inch. More than 1/8. It's just what I feel comfortable with. And then I just start pinning him right up the middle. And I don't, some people just pop them all the way in as they go. It's whatever works out good for you. I like the idea of being able to see where I pin. Then I just go back through the whole thing and just start popping pins in. That's how I roll. So you go up so far on one side, and I like to then the other side a little bit and draw it together. Pin the other side. You may want to go all the way up on one side. It's totally what you are comfortable with. Something else I want to add is, you know, in all the reference pictures, a howling coyote. This is a howling coyote. In all the reference pictures of howling coyotes, you can't see the upper teeth. And I've done that on this one. But the way the anatomy of his mouth is, maybe the upper teeth could have showed a little. But I don't know, would it be a traditional howling? So there's a little bit of judgment. You gotta, there's some judgment calls, I guess is what I'm getting at on some of this stuff. I'm sure there's howling coyotes where teeth show them, but the book doesn't have any. But maybe yelping would be a different story. I don't know, but it's definitely a howling coyote. That's what it said when the form was ordered. Oh, I thought I just want to add, the last thing it goes in is the tongue. So it's yeah, it's going to be the last thing. I mean, I'm going to finish him out and everything, and the tongue then, you know, I'll put it in. It'll cover up any work that somebody could look down in the mouth and see and all that stuff. Depending on how tough the skin is, of course. But you can always just use your fingers. And get you a bite, and maybe easier just use your fingers. These are short pins, and kind of want to use them up. But let's keep on going. We're going to do that all the way up the back. We're putting in some time. There's no doubt about that. In other words, the skin's going to butt right up against each other, and I may even, sometimes I'll go and do this. You know, if there's a part that's sagging real far back, I'll do that. Put like maybe 2 more in between here, and make sure I'm on where I know I need to be. That's actually good right there. I go the other side and do the same thing there. Get my distance that I'm comfortable with. Butt right up against the skin on the other side. Push down in there. And when you butt all that up together, and then you put a little blow dryer on it. A lot of times I'll blow dry before it even dries. As soon as I pin it up, I'm going to blow dry it, because the hair follicle, they'll have a tendency to want to lay a certain way if you let it dry a certain way. And, you know, you don't want it just folded over as it dries. You know, exposing all your good work as far as pinning. And for the best camouflaging effect, as soon as you get this guy done, you know, at least on the back, just the back, go ahead and go brush and blow dry to it, and just be careful with it, and don't try to lose much hair. Try to lose the least amount of hair as you can, of course. And so everything is butting up together real nice. And you do this all the way up the Coyote. I try to pay attention to color patterns and try to keep them, they got like a shield, or I don't know what you call it, hair coloration, right there behind the shoulder blades. And yeah, all that, the little stuff is noticeable. So I try to just keep everything lined up or symmetrical as possible while I'm pinning. And of course, I always made sure I had enough slack to do my eye work and my head work. And I even done my head before I pinned him up the back. That way you ensure you got all the skin you need where you need it and all that good stuff. Yeah, you see little bits of dry preserved and all that? I don't worry about that. I just go pinning and just bypass it, because it's all going to brush and blow out anyway. So yeah, I don't even worry about that stuff right now. Well, here's what I got so far. And just keep with it, whichever way you want to start. I like going from the rear up for some reason, but yeah, we'll go all the way up and I'll show you what it looks like. Yeah, what I do if it's getting hard to see that midpoint, heck yeah, I got my Sharpie pen. I'll go right down the middle of it like that. All that's pinned up to there, but you get the idea. Okay, I know it's definitely not perfect, and the camera's at a slightly different angle, but you see this kind of goes around like that. I try to line what I'm getting at. I'm trying to, there's some stuff goes around here. I guess what I'm getting at is I try to make a conscious effort. I know it's not perfect, but I try to make the markings, I guess, along the back. I mean, you can get them to line up pretty good. I mean, it just takes a little bit of a conscious effort to get as close as you can. Well, here's what I got so far. Just got a little bit in the neck. Yeah, I was just thinking you might not want to wet your incision too much, because it may affect your you know, guessing, you know, your color patterns as far as trying to match them up. It could be a little complication on that spectrum, but just figured I'd throw that in there. Well, I've got him now. I just use well, you could use your pin pusher, but I got a faulty pin pusher. It doesn't go all the way down. I've got just a little something like this. I use a drill bit end or anything, and I just get them all the way down, try to stay away from hair while I'm going down, and it makes for a real good look. And so that's what I'm going to do. Occasionally you'll run into something like it's like the tail wire area or something, and just got to go to one side or the other of it, and then you just keep going. Make sure there's no hair in the way. Just bury the head. Make sure it's flush with the skin down there. Okay, now I've got everything pinned in. Now, if it's kind of iffy, like as far as, you know, the condition of it, like it's like maybe starting to go bad or something, by all means leave it be. But if you can do at least a little something like, you know, just fluff it up, where what I'm getting at is when it dries, you want it where it's not noticeable that much. So a lot of times, like on bobcats and stuff, and foxes and coyotes, I'll blow dry the seam that I just pinned up. I'll do it first and maybe even leave everything else. It seems like it hides the pins better if I do that. But if if it's like iffy, like if it's starting to, you know, noticing little bits of hair slipping here and there, you might want to leave it. But here's kind of what I do. I just let it blow without heat, and I'll put it on a cool setting. Yeah, I'll do something like that. Just kind of help it out as far as, you know, stuff showing. It already looks pretty good. But it is a little bit iffy, this particular one. So when I know that it's not going to show as far as the seam and all that, leave it be and let him dry. Well, I noticed the ears were a little bit too far forwards. So what I've done is I've went back as far as I can. I like that right there. This is about literally as far as I can go back. About as close as I'm going to get. I'll work with them as they dry too. Yeah, that helped out considerably. I just start taking all the pins out. Yep, just working on getting all your pins out. Well, I thought it best to show the upper teeth a little bit. It's not like a true howl like some of the forms. There's a sitting howling. that I've mounted on where I don't show any of the upper teeth. But this one doesn't, it's almost like he's yelping or something. It's not, his mouth isn't open the same way, I guess is the right way to put it. So I opted to show the upper teeth a little bit, and I actually think it looks a little better. What I did was I took the upper mouth out, put a little bit more epoxy sculpt under there for a spacer, and then put some hot glue on both sides of the epoxy sculpt and mashed it up in there, and it's pretty secure. It's not going to go anywhere. Now we just fluff him up, and I like to go against the hair a little bit to kind of fluff him up a little bit. So I'll just use my blow dryer and a brush and get all this preservative and everything out of him. Okay, go ahead and break his stuff out with a brush. Around the eyes, you just want to break where the hair's been matted down with the preservative or whatever. Here on the back of the ears. Like right here on the back of the ears, I'll break them down. Break the hair pattern loose where the blow dryer can get it and blow all the powder out. So I do inside the ears, outside the ear, all that this little fine hair. It's kind of hard to get it up with just a regular hairbrush. So like for the ears, I opt for like a toothbrush or something. Yep, that's how you do it. And you do the other ear the same way. You gotta get the feet too. Use a brush, kind of rough the hair up a little. Can't even tell there was any kind of an incision there. And that's the goal. Make it where there's no kind of an incision back there. Back legs too, they look pretty good. Getting that preservative off, fluffing the hair up. We're going to go over everything with a blow dryer. And I'll use like a wire brush to get some of this preservative that's stuck in the hair. You can use either like a wire brush or something like that to get it out. But believe it or not, this brush works pretty good getting that stuff out. I hate manhandling the hair that much, but sometimes that's what it takes to get that stuff out. Just a wire brush. Try to get it as good as you can. You know, you're going to leave a little particle here and there, but it's not going to be that noticeable. Yeah, one drawback for me is getting that preservative off where the incision was made. And I noticed in the past I've had that trouble too. Especially on coyotes. I guess they got so much of the, you know, that real soft hair underneath. And that's what that dry preservative tends to hang on. But it'll come up. A lot of times I'll get my fingers and just claw the stuff off and go this way with it. And it seems to help. Make sure you get underneath too to get all that dry preservative off and break that hair loose where it'll mat up and everything. Just use what you gotta use. When I clean my eyes off as good as I can, then I may have to scrape with an X-Acto knife to get maybe some of the glue off. And here again, I've got my blow dryer, and you know, you can blow dry all this hair up here on top of his head, around his eyes, on the side of his snout, all this stuff. And just get rid of all that dust and preservative and everything. If it'll come off, if it'll blow off, blow it off. But if not, you know, you can, we'll go back later, pick it off with an X-Acto knife or something like that. Yeah, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll get a little bit of lacquer thinner on a Q-tip. Just kind of daub it around there. What it does, it breaks all that glue loose. So I can just pick it off. You know, it helps a little. Okay, I'll kind of try my best not to scratch the eye or anything. And usually I don't. You know, glass is pretty durable. But get the glue off. You know, I still got my reference picture on hand. If I need it, I've got it. You know, so I've still got it if I need it. So yeah, even when I'm scraping off the glue, I'm going to make sure I'm doing things right. Like here on this eye, you know, I could, the overall eye shape on the picture is pretty close. Pretty darn close. I may have to do more building up than actually anything else. As far as the eye shape on the picture I'm using. So just keep all that stuff in mind. By all means, you don't want to scratch the eyelid if you can keep from it. You don't want scrapes in your eye. But yeah, these glass eyes are durable. They usually take a lot of punishment like that. Okay, let's get all that glue residue off. Even, you know, like using my reference picture a little bit. If you see little impurities in the shape of the eye, use your epoxy sculpt to go over it, and then get a little lacquer thinner to kind of get things the way they need to be. I snipped off a little bit of the inner tear duct because it was sticking out where I pinned it, and it was sticking out real bad. So all that gets fixed. Just right in here in the inner, it's like right here, but on the other side, sometimes you can have like a big indentation there. That looks pretty good on that side though. Any place where I may have chipped off a little bit too much, or it could be like a little bit of a wrinkle or something in the tear duct area, and you want to smoothen that out. That's what this epoxy sculpt is for. And a lot of times where the eye may separate from the skin a little bit, there again, that's what it's for. You get a little bit of this epoxy sculpt, get it up in there, and just fill it in. Lacquer thinner on my Q-tip again. And just work on smoothing that out any place where it needs it. And the excess comes off with the X-Acto knife again. That looks pretty good. Any excess you clean off with the Q-tip and lacquer thinner. I filled in my gaps, but I know the general shape of my eye is not what it once was. So here again, I get my X-Acto knife. Look at my reference picture and kind of see what I need to do as far as reshaping. And this one, I figure the reference picture can't lie to you. So it's always good to go by the reference picture if you can. All that's going to be dark brown around there. This side needs a little bit of work. Looks pretty good. And you have to take into account all this is going to be dark brown too, so that has to kind of figure into everything. So I don't know if you can notice real good in this picture, but the nose has got a little bit of a, kind of stays straight and kind of pointy up on top, and then it kind of rounds off like towards the middle of the nose and all that stuff. I guess what I'm getting at is, well, I'm going to bridge this up a little bit and make it more like it's more straight up on top. And now the middle part is right. I'll show you. The nose is pretty close, except it's kind of dented in up here. And in my pictures, it keeps going out a little bit more. It's like a sharp drop off, not a bend. It's right in here. It's rounded off, and it should be almost level with about the middle of the nose right here. So it should be about like this, if that makes any sense. So what I'll do is I'll build that up a little. I get my 2-part epoxy sculpt again with a little bit of lacquer thinner to thin it down. If you use too much, you'll end up wanting to stick to your glove real bad. Just be careful. But it's definitely, you can make it soft enough to work with, that's for sure. You know, with using lacquer thinner mixed with it. So, yeah, just mix it up real good. If it's still wanting to break a little bit, throw more lacquer thinner on there. And I'm going to put it right on. Now my goal, I've got a little lacquer thinner on the end of my glove here. My goal, yeah, here on the sides too, you know, it was getting a little flat. And you got a big gap right here. And I can eliminate that stretched out gap by using epoxy sculpt. Work with it and sculpt that nose, look at reference, make it like how you think it is. You know, just do little parts of it at a time. If you don't want to use a whole bunch of epoxy sculpt and start trying to form it, just do little bits at a time. See, that nose is going to be kind of like that. This lacquer thinner, it's good for drying pretty quick too. And you can really make it look perfect as far as shape. It was a little bit out of shape too from the top during the drying process. It was kind of lopsided. You know, from a back angle, from the top you could tell it, but you kind of get the idea. I should be able to bring that down flush with the nose, so I'm not going to worry about down there any. Kind of flat up on top. So basically, where it shrunk down, I'm just building it back up. That's all I'm doing. Well, I don't know if you can notice it from that angle, but there's a separation right here between the nose and the form and the nostril area. So I'll fill that in. But there's a gap right here, and I've already put some epoxy sculpt in there, but I'm going to show you a better angle. Okay, I've got my epoxy sculpt in. Here's my nostril. You just put it wherever it needs to be. There's where the skin separates from the form. You should be able to put some epoxy sculpt in there and smoothen it out and make it look real good. Kind of the same thing on this side. The camera doesn't show depth real good, but right here there's a big old gap between the form and the nose, and I just fill it in anywhere there's a gap that I see. And then I just use a cotton swab and rotate it around in there. And that usually does the trick for me. But you get the idea. Other side looks pretty good. Blacker thinner on the Q-tip. And they're just kind of smoothing it out, and depending on how big your nostril is, of course. But usually, well, not so much this time, but I'll do the other side the same way. That looks pretty good right there now. That'll work. And it's going to be so dark. So it's all going to be black anyway, so just smoothing everything out and make it look as real as possible. Get that with my fingers. We can see down here where it kind of shrunk. It was a tight fit, what happened. It kind of pulled away a little bit. But I can see I can build all that back up with a little bit of epoxy sculpt. Should be able to. Kind of hard to do from this angle, but you kind of get what's going on there. It's kind of building up what was stretched or shrunk down or pulled away or whatever. And we're just going to match it in real good. And probably have to get it at a different angle. Yeah, a good set of modeling tools that work good. I've got some, but I've gotten used to using pretty much a lot of other stuff. Basically, what I'm doing here is making the nose look like it's, the gap down here is smaller. And it should give it the full look, make it look like it's just full a lot more. And so that's what my goal is. And then of course, want all this up here to match, I just run some lacquer thinner over everything, kind of smoothing it out. And it should give the illusion that everything is, you know, nothing was tight. I may have to put a little bit more right there, but you get the idea. And go a little bit right there. Should be able to use my finger and smooth it out. A little lacquer thinner there and here and there, and but you get the idea. Let's see what we can do here. See, on this side it's pretty good. Let's see. Smoothing it out where I can use my finger probably be good enough, and get that all taken care of. Well, it looks pretty good. Smooth it out a little bit. I'll do the other side the same way. Same thing on this side. I'm just going to build up all this that was shrunk in, all this right here. I'm going to build it up. What it's going to do, it's going to make the nose, hopefully, not look like it's been stretched so much. There again, you got to really work at it there. Now, a lot of times you ain't got to do this. A lot of times it ain't that bad, but this one, I was off by about 1/4 of an inch. So everything's been a little bit of a stretch. Everything else matched up, just the eye and nose a little bit different. But here we kind of done this side too. And yeah, we brought all this down. And that'll work. The ears are kind of a unique color. The jaw set is about that color, except it's like maybe a couple of shades darker. But it's almost like the same color as the jaw set, you know, when you get it from the taxidermy supply company. The fake jaw set. Oh, I forgot to mention, there's places, you know, along the gum line where you might want to put some epoxy sculpt. And like right here is a good spot. Person can almost pull the jaw set out and do this and then put it back in, but I'm not going to do that. Now, all that's going to be dark brown in there anyway. I guess a person could use black even. But I'll come back with a Q-tip and smoothen that all out. You figure all that back in there, the throat area, I'm going to paint that all dark brown too, or black, whatever you decide to use. I tend to go dark brown because all this around, at least on this coyote, it's all dark brown. So I'm just going to stick with the color theme and go dark brown all the way around. But any place where, you know, it's going to show, go ahead and get you some epoxy sculpt and fill in. And the upper lip looks good, but the lower lip, didn't have much room down here. What it was is I didn't have a whole lot of lower lip, so I'll probably fill that in. Looks like maybe a little bit of a gap down in here. It's really not going to be that noticeable though. It's pretty deep. You just go all the way around, and places where you need to do a little bit of modeling work, go ahead and do it. And yeah, if you want to not have to worry about overspray so much like with an airbrush, feel free to use a good brush to do this stuff. You know, at least close to the gum line. I'm used to using airbrush on everything, but I do have to do cleanup. So, it's just something to think about. And just do that wherever you think it's going to show. You get your brush or something. Kind of smooth out that epoxy sculpt down in there. A modeling tool is perfect. Here's a modeling tool. It's got a little bit of a bend. And it's just one size. But it can help. It can help like getting into places. They can come in handy for like putting stuff in hard to get places. And it just basically, because it has a groove, it can make your life a little bit easier. Because you can get it into places where you can't get some of the other stuff. But truthfully, I rarely ever use these. Unless I got a need to use it. I rarely use these things. You'd be surprised what you can get done with a little screwdriver. To be honest with you. This will cover up any gaps that are like extremely noticeable. The tongue is going to hide so much though. And people are going to have to really get down there and look in the mouth. And they're just not going to do that. But you know, I'm looking, and burnt sienna is almost a perfect match. Not quite. But what I'm thinking is I could probably use this and maybe use a little bit of dark brown down in the ear canal or something. But I think this is pretty close. It's a burnt sienna. It's a sienna. And it is pretty darn close. Maybe good enough. Okay, I've got my burnt sienna. And I'm just going to try to lightly put it on there. I'm anticipating the color will change, you know, over the years. It's kind of why I'm wanting to even throw a little bit of this on there. But it's a close enough match for me. I'm gonna go with it. I can always lighten it up with a little flesh or something. I see hints of flesh in there too, so. I mean, I guess I could do that. Now, this is one of those good colors that, for like a fleshy look, like, well, I'd use it on stuff like piebald deer, like their noses or something, if they got a little bit of red, or, you know, a little bit of a different color. And this is kind of simulating the same thing, you know, kind of the fleshy color inside the ear. And some deer, this is a good color for around the eyes. Every deer is different. So, yeah, I run into that too. But, you know, even on some deer. It's been a while, but I have used it on some deer. But basically what I'm doing, I'm going over with the same color that I kind of see. And I don't know, just kind of reinforcing that it stays a certain color. Instead of like trying to, I guess, maybe get darker one day or something. Okay, now I'm cleaning my airbrush out. I just get a little bit of lacquer thinner in there and then put my finger over the, let it bubble. Then I spew it, pour it out into some kind of container or something. The fumes are not very good for you. And, you know, you can use a Q-tip in there if you want to, or just keep doing it like this. And maybe spray a little bit to clean out your nozzle or whatever. And then you just keep doing that until you get it relatively clean. If your next color is going to be dark, which mine is, and it's not that big of a deal, I'm going to go straight to dark brown and pretty much get it done. A lot of times what I'll do is I'll get, you know, like where I may have got a little bit of paint on the hair, which I did, then I can use this to get it back. What is it? It's a Q-tip with lacquer thinner on it. And yeah, I can see a lot of hair that I kind of screwed up, but it comes right off. See, and this is all hair right here anyway. It's not skin per se. And here's the other side. Some of that. Then you can go back, when it's a little bit wet with lacquer thinner, you can go back with a dry Q-tip and get where it comes off pretty good. Yeah, if I wanted it lighter, which I sort of do, but it looks okay, you could probably go with, I saw hints of flesh, So you probably go with flesh and then burnt sienna, and it would probably come out even better looking that way. Yeah, it looks like flesh is the ticket, really. That's more like it right there. Yeah, that's it right there. Probably better to go flesh and then the sienna color, but it works either way. But you'd rather probably go lighter than darker. Now we go to dark brown. Yeah, kind of just brushing out with a Q-tip some of that darker paint that was in there, and where it went on the hair. Yeah, you can get it off the hair, and so yeah, there we are. Now do the same thing to the other side. And then we're going to dark brown. Well, you can see a little bit of a trim in like dark brown or whatever in black. So it goes all the way around, all the way down. And it's more so on the I guess it'd be the top, but the very back of the ear, you can see it right here going through here. And then it goes along the back. You can see it right here, right there. So yeah, just on the very outer edge, I tend to go just all the way around, because you see a little on this ear, then you see it on the top on that ear. So it's not wrong just to kind of trim it up a little bit. And you know, if your hair curled up a little on the end or something, it's kind of like a way to correct your own mistake, sort of. So that's what I tend to do. I do my deer, my bobcats, and everything that way. Just kind of trim them up a little bit. But if you look in references, you actually see that, I guess, is what I'm kind of getting at. I mean, the very edge. Here, all the way around there. There we are. Okay, here we are. We can put a little bit of color inside the ear. And right there where the ear canal is, you know. And then I'll leave it up to you if you want to tint down the ear any or whatever. That looks pretty good though. Yeah, that epoxy sculpt has very little shrinkage, so that's a plus. In other words, you can paint right over it, and it still not be dry. And I haven't had any issues with it cracking or anything. And the good thing, these noses on top, where the hair meets the nose, is real dark anyway, so it's real easy to kind of blend it in. words, that definitely won't represent a problem for you. So we can do back here. I'm basically just painting over the nose. Not a bit of problem. Nice and dark up top. Oh yeah. Definitely dark enough. Yeah, this dark brown covered that epoxy sculpt nicely. Good shape. I think I'll go ahead and spray down there as deep as I can in the back of the throat. Yeah, let's see, go down, yeah, a little bit more. Yeah, about like that. Yeah, you can see there's a lot you can get without a brush, and feel free to go ahead and get it. I'll end up using a brush on some of this because I just can't keep from getting it on the teeth otherwise. And it just saved me a little bit of cleanup. Plus it'll help me with that dark brown to getting it around the gum line. I'm gonna have to do a little cleanup anyway. Whoops. You don't want to do that with a full bowl, I'll tell you that. You know, in your airbrush. So, something to think about. Okay. Looks like the rest of it has got to be with a brush. They're just little places here and there. And could even do around the eyes, but okay. Well, it's hard to see, but I can get this right here in the tear duct, darken up all that bad stuff. Now, a lot of this will come off too. I mean, if you overspray, which I always do, it'll come right off. You might find using a regular brush is easier. Okay, I'll try a regular brush on the other one and see what it looks like. Got a little paint on my brush. We're going to try this one. The only thing is this paint wants to travel real far. It doesn't want to, unless you got it real thick. But that can be done. Brush could definitely save on cleanup, but there is something about the way the airbrush, I don't know, the way it goes on, it's hard to beat as far as realism. Yeah, you're gonna have to clean the eye off regardless. That looks pretty good though, considering. I rub a Q-tip in certain areas and kind of make it where it's not so fake looking, I guess. Yeah, I kind of like a little bit using the airbrush better on the eyes. Just seems like it looks less fake or something. I guess I'm just used to using the airbrush, which has a lot to do with it. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Now we'll just clean that off and it'll be done. Okay. Also down here, there's these little paw things. I'll go ahead and kind of do those too. And then, then also, if your bottom of your feet are shown, go ahead and paint those. You might want to tape it off or something. But yeah, just, there you go. And that's pretty much all you do. And so you can even get a Q-tip and go around there and get some of that excess paint off, which is what I'll do. And sometimes you can use a brush even, just kind of rub lightly with a brush, and it'll take paint off too. I use that like around deer eyes and stuff. Yeah, it's not that bad though. Yeah, it looks pretty good actually. Yeah, kind of bring all that stuff up. Yeah, you can even use a brush and brush some of that paint off. After it's dried, it'll just kind of come off a little bit. That's if you get a little bit too happy with the paint, then yeah, you can do that. Do the same thing to this side. Or you can use a Q-tip. If you got Q-tip, I douse it in lacquer thinner, and I'm going to get the excess, so I don't want it dripping everywhere. And I'm just going to work on getting it off the eye. Now, there's a lot of other ways people do this kind of stuff. I'm going to get what I can with the Q-tip, and the rest I'm going to use just like a little X-Acto knife, the tip of a sharp X-Acto knife. And it'll get all that stuff off. Sometimes it helps to flatten the end a little bit so you can get a little farther back in there. Another little tidbit of a trick. Just flatten the end of the Q-tip a little bit. And then when you douse it in lacquer thinner, you can reach back there a little bit farther. And I'm going to get the rest with an X-Acto knife. This might take some time, and it'll be tedious work. But I want to get as close. I want to scrape that old paint off. And get all this old paint off. You want to get as close to the outer edge, you know, where the skin meets the eye. And get as close as you can. And that's for realism. You want him to look real. Kind of hard to do with the camera, but I'm going to try. You see what's going on. That's good enough for that eye. Maybe a little bit right in here can come off. That's pretty close. All this can come up. Little particles of paint that I hadn't scraped off yet. Be hard to get a Q-tip down there. But now the eyes do have a little bit of a hazy black ring, outer ring. So it's not wrong to leave a little bit of paint on there, I guess you could say. And I just do the other eye the same way. Well, that's kind of what I got right there. I scraped them off and then used a little bit of lacquer thinner to clean the eyes. Haven't glossed them yet though. That's going to bring out everything. Okay, there's places like where I might have got a little bit of paint on my teeth. Well, the teeth are white anyway. It's not going to hurt to go ahead and get some of that paint off. Did a real bad job right there. Dropped a little on a tooth. Basically got overspray on all of them. Well, now's the time to whiten them up. And it's not wrong for them to be a little bit dirty anyway. You could add a little bit of, well, I got one on here where I done a bobcat open mouth, and I did paint his teeth. It's like I did a little bit of bright yellow, and then went over a little bit of like dark brown towards the bottom, and a little bit of red too. Red over the yellow makes a good orange-like color, and really makes the teeth look nice. And I think I used a reference picture too. It's on here. Feel free to check it out if you want to add some color to these teeth. But this is good enough for me. I'm not going to worry about it. It looks fine to me. But if you wanted to add some color to the teeth, I got one on here where I've actually done that. Got some paint on this tooth too. I guess person had the room, they could take the teeth out, paint all the inside, and then put the teeth back in. That would be a lot easier. Because I did take the upper jaw out anyway to lower it where the top teeth would show a little bit. I had it like a true howling, and there are some forms out there that are like a true howling, and they really, yeah, you don't really have to even show much of the upper teeth, and it looks right. But on this, it didn't look right. I mean, it looked like maybe the upper teeth are supposed to show just a hair bit. You know, it's not, his mouth could be a lot wider is what I'm getting at. Yeah, really the only thing is holding the teeth in is a little bit of hot glue. And if you want to take the teeth out and then do all your painting on the inside of the jaw, you could do it. And then just glue your jaw set back in. Because, yeah, they just pop right out. That hot glue is not a super strong-willed unless you put a whole lot of hot glue. I take a little bit of paint off the very tip top of the nose, you know, just the hair. Just want it to blend in a little bit better right there. That looks pretty good. Okay. Now we gotta do is glue the tongue in and we're done. Okay, now I got a little bit of, I'm just gonna use hot glue. You have to kind of be quick with it, of course. There we are. Always got to deal with spider webs, unfortunately. Those little things that the glue guns leave. You can get a little pair of hemostats or something to get those out. Well, it's already dry. There we are. Yeah, I don't think it was like a true howling. Maybe more like a yipping or something. I don't know. But his mouth is not like really wide, and you know, everything will be shaped different, but it looks okay. Got a pair of hemos. I'm going to get out some of these old spider webs. Suckers get everywhere. Okay, now I've got some gloss. I'm just going to gloss everything, the eyes, inside the mouth, everything. Some people will do the mouth with other stuff. I know I've got like in Envirotex, it's got like a super big shine. Probably even Mod Podge or something, you know, a high gloss type stuff. Some people use stuff out of a can that's got a lot of gloss, you know, like for the mouth. A lot of things you can do there. So now I've got my gloss top coat, and I just want to gloss everything down. The eyes, make sure they're good and wet looking. The nose. I'm going to do a couple of coats. Well, that's good and wet looking though. Even the lower lip. The teeth. Even the tongue. There you have it. Oh, forgot to mention, you know, if you want to get the toenails or something, now's a good time to do them. Do them on bobcats, might as well do them on coyotes. Those little black things you painted on the back of their feet that all dogs have, go ahead and gloss those up real good. Get all those toes, even on the back. And then it makes them look good. Well, you might want to give everything a final blow dry. That means the base, coyote, everything. Try not to get it around the eyes and all that, because you know they've been glossed and that powder don't look too good on there. I actually do a base on here, so yeah, you can see all this stuff. You don't want to overpower it by putting too many plants. That's quite a bit right there. I may trim some of this stuff down. What I like to do, I like to bend the ends of them and try to make sure they got like a metal wire, a rod going through them, a little metal wire. And when I bend the ends of them, then I can, well, I can see like right here, I can put two right there, get my staple gun, and, well, that didn't work. There we are. Okay, put one right there. You know, you're always going to have stuff around a piece of brush, you know, so it's not wrong to Put a little bit of something there. And that'll kind of hold that. Got me a glue gun and pretty much hit everything. You know, we got some potting soil. And preferably the kind that doesn't have like the white balls, you know, the white foam balls, I guess, you know, so it doesn't collect moisture, and plus it looks more natural. I like it better if it's just solid potting soil. That's what I'm getting at. But it kind of looks okay with the white balls too, because it looks like rock or something. A little bit of rock or something mixed in. Well, here's what we got after we put all the potting soil in and everything. Doesn't look too bad. Well, this is what it looks like from a distance. Not too bad. Well, this is how you mount a howling or open mouth coyote.